AITA for telling my friend she can yank her child when she is one. Title sounds weird, I know, but I 28F had a friend 26F that I used to hang out with a lot. Recently we got into an accident where someone rear-ended me. I had my baby in the car, 3 months. After the crash, baby was absolutely hysterical. Of course she would be. My friend then tried to scramble in the mix of it to take her out of her car seat. I do admit I may have said it harshly to not remove baby from their car seat until first responders got to us. The car was not on fire, and we weren't in any mortal danger. On a normal day, anytime my baby gets to the point of hysteria, I soothe them, hug them, rock them, etc. That was a once-in-blue-moon occurrence I didn't. I kept trying to shush and soothe baby from the seat, but obviously she was scared and wanted her mama to hold her. At the hospital, both my friend and I got the all clear, and we were waiting on baby to be cleared. My friend went off on me telling me I'm a bad mom for not removing baby from the car seat. I simply explained to her it was better for baby to stay in the seat in case there was spinal damage. The seat keeps the spine aligned, and removing the baby from the car seat would cause further injury if there was already one. She kept berating me. I was frustrated already, and I told her when she has her own, and God forbid they get into a crash, she can yank her kid out of the car seat and do as she pleases. She got quiet and said I'm an asshole for bringing it up because she has trouble conceiving, she is PCOS, and may not be able to carry a pregnancy to term. I'm the asshole for bringing up a hypothetical situation, or I don't know if my frustration got the best of me, and I was insensitive, but AITA for making that statement. AITA for refusing to lock my cats up so my friend's boyfriend can visit my house. Look, she's my best friend, but I can't stand her boyfriend. No one can. All he does is make rude, snarky comments and complains about everything everywhere he goes. Nothing is ever good enough, or nothing is ever as good as his stuff. I decided to have a small cookout at my house. He has made comments about its location and quality many times before. Nonetheless, we're planning to have good food, drinks, and a whole lot of other stuff to spend some time with our friends and relax a little, and they're both invited. My bestie is worried about her boyfriend's cat allergies. I have 2 cats. Both hide when people are over. She asked me to lock them in the room for the day to not upset his allergies. He has been in my house twice now and has never complained about my cats. I simply told her no. After she persisted, I reminded her he's been around them and their fur, which lingers around at all times in the past. I asked what he did then to manage it. She said take Benadryl. I recommend he take again before/after his visit. She persisted, so I said I'm not locking my cats in a room for the day. And so far that's been that. Ida, I'm not sure if my dislike of her boyfriend is clouding my judgment, but I also think of how panicked and uncomfortable my cats will be, and it seems unreasonable to request that from me. Also, their discomfort really doesn't seem worth his company. I don't know. Ida, will I be the a-hole if I move in without my partner? My fiancé, 27F, and I, 30M, bought an apartment last year. We spent about 6 months and a lot of money to get the apartment ready and habitable. In the last few weeks, we've been finishing up the bigger parts of the apartment, having a workable kitchen installed, a bedroom, internet, and those kinds of things. Recently, we ticked off one of the last holding points preventing us from moving in, that is having a washing machine and dryer installed. Before having the washer and dryer actually installed, when we were given the installation date, I had already started moving over some non-essential items like winter clothes and some small souvenirs/collectibles. She, on the other hand, has not moved a thing yet from her stuff. For context, both of us live separately, her with her parents and me with mine. Recently, I brought up that once it is habitable, I am planning to move in. She seemed to be taken aback by this, saying that it is our place and we should move in together. While I do agree with her that it is our home, I don't really see anything wrong with moving in before her, as it would also allow me to help her move in. Currently, she is unable to move as she has a lot of pending deadlines this month related to her studies, and between work and her studies, she is barely having any time to herself, let alone getting ready to pack up all her stuff and move. While I understand her wanting to move in together, I am very unhappy in my current living situation and cannot wait to get out of here. She gets upset at the thought of living in our apartment by myself without her there. On the other hand, I just can't stand the thought of having a ready-to-move into apartment and not being able to move in just because she gets upset at not moving in at the same time. I'm torn on whether I should insist on moving without her and wait for her there, or if I should just wait it out a bit longer until she is in a position to be able to move. She also has not provided a date or a general idea of when she would be able to move, which also concerns me a bit. Whipta, if I insist on moving in when I am ready and packed up everything? Aita asked the neighbor to move their little farm stand because people are stealing from MY Garden. Not the a-hole. Before anyone says, just build a fence, we can't afford it right now. And no HOA. My neighbor set up one of those pantry/farm stands where people can take items that they grew in their garden, pantry stuff, donated stuff, etc. In theory, it's a great idea, and especially in a time when life in America sucks ass and people are struggling to make ends meet, my family included. The problem, people started coming into MY Yard to pick things in MY Garden. I put up signs saying not to do it. I installed rabbit fence around the garden. I've angled a tarp so you can't see what's there from the road. People just hold their kids over the fence to pick tomatoes and beans or jump it. I ended up getting into an argument with a lady over it. I yelled HEY stop. Those are not for you to take. She told her kid to move faster and then try to run away. I caught up to her and asked her what the fuck her problem was, and she turned it into how dare I swear in front of her child. Why am I so angry? Am I really that upset about a couple tomatoes? I said I am upset that you are stealing from me. The next day, I approached my neighbor. I asked if I could maybe help move it to the other side of their driveway, so it's next to the other neighbor's house. They don't have a garden out front. They said at least not until the end of the season. I asked if they could make larger signs, talk to people, just do something. They were like, can you really not afford to share? I said that they aren't taking my zucchini because they're starving. They're taking my tomatoes because they want them. They said that I'm going to have to learn to live with it for now, and we can talk about a solution together that will benefit the whole community after. I said I do not care about a solution that benefits the whole community. I care about a solution that stops people from stealing from me. So last night it happened again, man in his 50s. I sprayed his ass with the hose. He started yelling at me, and after a minute or so the neighbor came out yelling at me too. People have posted on a neighborhood board to be careful if they come by, because I'm an asshole. The neighbor says I'm scaring people away from a community resource. I told him that I'm going to continue until he does something about the fucking thieves who feel entitled to my garden. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind here. Am I the asshole for asking them to move it? Am I the asshole for being pissed OFF that people are fucking stealing from me? This is food for my family. First off, thanks for the responses. I got some good ones. I'm happy that so many of you live in places where the cops would do anything about this, but this isn't the reality I'm living. Cops here would not give a shit if I sent them a video of someone picking from my garden. They would laugh in my face. Be thankful if you live in a place where the police are useful. It looks like signs are the best option for now. Going to make signs indicating heavy use of pesticides and repeating that they are stealing food from the mouths of hungry children. I don't know why the signs we already have up aren't enough. Maybe more will help. I'm sure they won't. We'll also scour Craigslist for free fencing or similar items. Hopefully that pans out. AITA for refusing to take medication so my mom could get drunk? I, 18F, have had a constant problem with my mom, 37F I think, where she likes to get drunk every other night and blast music all night, preventing me from sleeping. Tonight, I snapped at her when I smelled alcohol on her, with my exact words being, "Are you drinking already?" And she came up to my room asking if she and I could talk. I said no, that I don't feel like talking to her while she's drinking and that she can come back when she's sober. She tried to slide $20 through my door and asked me if I would accept $20 to pop a Benny, take Benadryl, to go to sleep so she could drunkenly blast music all night. I refused, and she tried to reason with me. I said I have work at 11 in the morning, and she insisted she would wake me up at 9. I answered that she doesn't get up until past noon when she's drunk the night before, and she pressed on. I basically just said I can't trust her and that she's proven her words are empty. She made me slide her the $20 back, which I didn't mind, and she left. Now, she's in the garage pouting about not being able to blast music. Still, some people on Reddit have sent me DMs when I post things complaining about my mom, saying things like she's just being silly and you'll regret saying things like this when she's dead. So now I have to know, am I the one being an asshole about her drinking? AITA for crying during my brother's wedding? I, 34M, recently finished a very nasty divorce towards the end of January. While it was clear I was upset about it at the time to anyone I talked to, I like to think in the last few months I've really gotten better and that I've separated myself quite well from the whole situation. Last week was my younger brother's, 28M, wedding. Me and him were always close growing up, and I knew how much this day meant to him. I was very proud of him in the moment and began to tear up during the ceremony, which was met with stares from many family members and others. I thought they were just surprised to see me cry, as I'm typically not the crying type, so I brushed it off. Once the ceremony ended, however, the bride's mother and her father not far behind came over to me and began scolding me. I didn't catch what she said at first because I was confused, but it became clear she accused me of crying over my divorce and taking away from their moment. I tried to explain that I was crying tears of joy for my little brother, but they weren't having it and told me to leave right away. I tried to calm things down and talk to my brother and his wife, but was told they wanted me gone. The next day, I was met by 2 texts, a text from my brother and a text from his wife. From my brother, it was a message saying he was disappointed and said I shouldn't have attended the ceremony if I knew I wouldn't be fit to attend. The message from his wife was similar. Aita, AITA neighbor, keeps opening the door to our apartments and confronted me about closing them. I live upstairs in a 4-plex. We have a big door with a hallway that keeps bugs out and temperature controlled. This couple moved in across the hall, and I've had nothing but problems with them since they moved in. They lock their dog on our shared patio where it shits and pisses everywhere, and they won't walk it or let it inside. They were looking through our window and took a chair I was using and basically the whole patio and made it to where me and my fiance don't feel comfortable using it. Literally have a conversation area that takes the whole patio up. The lady yelled at me to take my groceries in faster once, and now they're propping the big outside door open with a giant rock and getting angry if anyone closes it. For reference, it is 90 degrees outside. There are hella wasps. She caught me closing it one time and told me they want it open so they don't have to have the light in the hallway on. It's a tiny light. I genuinely don't know what to do. These people are crazy and make me feel insane. AITA for not asking permission to get married first. M and I have been best friends since we were 5 and are very close in a group of 4 girls, and it's a given we are each other's bridesmaids. M has asked me. I plan on doing so once wedding date is set. M got engaged whilst pregnant in 2024 to her partner of 4 years, and whilst on maternity leave has booked her wedding date for October 2026. I got engaged to my partner of 13 years in April 2025. I wanted a Christmas 2025 wedding, but with little time to plan, we have decided on spring 2026. No date set. Currently viewing venues/deciding. I found out today from other friends I am expected to ask M's permission to marry first, and irrespective, she's incredibly angry that I'll be getting married, or plan to, in 2026 as it's her wedding year. I am planning her Hindu for June 2026, and she's also livid at the suggestion my wedding might be a few weeks before her hen. M has expressed she doesn't care about how selfish she is being, as she was single for a long time, and it's her wedding, finally her time, about her, and that she will not speak to me about it, because I should have the good grace to speak to her privately before making any plans or booking my wedding. I don't have any family support financially, no mother to come wedding dress shopping with me, and none of my close 3 friends are all that fussed by my engagement. It's okay with me. I'm excited to marry my partner and start our family. I felt hurt about the lack of energy/interest initially, but I chalk it up to everyone being busy. M has a nearly 1-year-old. Other friend is 7 months pregnant, and the other lives abroad now. I do find wedding planning tough because it highlights the severity of my dysfunctional family on a day that does focus on the role of your parents, which they know. But now I feel so sad that I'm in this situation. I've been called coy and cagey, and I think the impression is I'm being sneaky or secretive. AITA for excluding my daughter from a movie night. I 40M and my wife 39F have 3 great kids, 13M, 12F, and 9F. Our youngest daughter doesn't handle horror very well, She can only handle Scooby-Doo, and even that is sometimes too scary for her. But she, of course, wants to see scary stuff and throws temper tantrums when we say no. Last night, my wife and our two older kids wanted to watch Alien, and we figured we'd watch it after our youngest daughter was in bed. Since it's summer, we've bumped her bedtime up to 9:30. After my wife and I put our daughter to bed, we went downstairs to start the movie. After the movie had started, our youngest daughter came down and asked what movie we were watching. We asked her why she wasn't in bed, and she said she heard her sister mention that we were going to watch a movie and asked if she could watch too. We told her no because it was too scary for her, but she kept insisting that she could handle it. I eventually firmly told her no, but she kept insisting that she could handle it. So I picked her up and carried her back to her bed. She screamed and protested the whole time, saying, "No, Daddy, I want to watch the movie." When I tucked her back in bed, she kept protesting, saying it wasn't fair to have family movie time without her. That's when I said to her, "This is not family movie time. This is a time for people who are big enough for scary movies, and you're too little for scary movies." She said, "No, Daddy, I'm big enough for scary movies," and tried to get out of bed. That's when I raised my voice and firmly told her, "No, you're too little for scary movies, and it is past your bedtime. Now, if you get out of bed again, you're in trouble." I then tucked her back into bed and kissed her goodnight. Then we all watched the movie as planned. We could hear our daughter screaming and having a tantrum from upstairs for a while, but we ignored it, and it did stop. AITA for excluding my daughter from a movie night? I 40M and my wife 39F have three great kids, 13M, 12F, and 9F. Our youngest daughter doesn't handle horror very well. She can only handle Scooby-Doo, and even that is sometimes too scary for her. But she, of course, wants to see scary stuff and throws temper tantrums when we say no. Last night, my wife and our two older kids wanted to watch Alien, and we figured we'd watch it after our youngest daughter was in bed. Since it's summer, we've bumped her bedtime up to 9:30. After my wife and I put our daughter to bed, we went downstairs to start the movie. After the movie had started, our youngest daughter came down and asked what movie we were watching. We asked her why she wasn't in bed, and she said she heard her sister mention that we were going to watch a movie and asked if she could watch too. We told her no because it was too scary for her, but she kept insisting that she could handle it. I eventually firmly told her no, but she kept insisting that she could handle it. So I picked her up and carried her back to her bed. She screamed and protested the whole time, saying, "No, Daddy, I want to watch the movie." When I tucked her back in bed, she kept protesting, saying it wasn't fair to have family movie time without her. That's when I said to her, "This is not family movie time. This is a time for people who are big enough for scary movies, and you're too little for scary movies." She said, "No, Daddy, I'm big enough for scary movies," and tried to get out of bed. That's when I raised my voice and firmly told her, "No, you're too little for scary movies, and it is past your bedtime. Now, if you get out of bed again, you're in trouble." I then tucked her back into bed and kissed her goodnight. Then we all watched the movie as planned. We could hear our daughter screaming and having a tantrum from upstairs for a while, but we ignored it, and it did stop. I thought I handled it fine until today, when my wife came to me very upset with me for how I handled it. She said it would have been better to just let her watch a movie that was appropriate for her with us, and then put her to bed and watch Alien, because then she wouldn't have felt excluded. I disagreed because our daughter knew it was past her bedtime, but my wife still thinks I didn't handle it right. Aita? AITA for stopping my girlfriend from vacuuming when our downstairs neighbor's mom just died? For context, we live in a house that's divided into 2 floors. My landlord and his girlfriend live on the 1st floor, and my girlfriend and I live on the 2nd. Today, my landlord messaged me to say that his girlfriend's mother had passed away, and that if we heard loud crying, we should try to be understanding. I told him it was no problem, offered my condolences, and planned to bring them flowers tomorrow to show my respects. Here's the problem. Her family is there, all gathered together. My girlfriend, who bought a new vacuum today, thinks it's a good idea to vacuum our apartment, which she does daily. I told her that out of respect, she shouldn't do it. I offered to do it tomorrow after work, but I didn't think it was right to do it today. We argued a lot because she said it didn't matter, that it would only take 10 minutes. We kept arguing to the point where I took the vacuum into the bathroom. Am I the asshole for doing that? Am I in the wrong? We don't have good sound insulation between the floors, so it would be quite loud. What do you think? Am I the asshole? I apologize for my English. Spanish is my first language. AITA for leaving the house without warning. Not the a-hole. I, 21F, am currently living with my grandparents, 77F and 80M. There's a Dunkin' Donuts in the city that is a 7-minute walk from their house. I have walked there multiple times in the past with no problem. This morning I told my grandmother, I'm going to Dunkin' to get a drink. She responded with okay. I went to my room, grabbed my key, then left. When I came back, maybe 20 minutes later with my drink in hand, she started panicking. She asked, what happened? Did you have that delivered? I was very confused and said, no, I told you I was walking to Dunkin'. She immediately started panicking again and said, you didn't tell me you were leaving. I was bewildered. I reminded her how I explicitly said that I was going to walk there to get a drink. She told me that she didn't realize I meant that exact minute and had no idea I even left the house. She started going on a rant, saying what if there was an emergency and she was searching all around the house for me and couldn't find me. I was dumbfounded given the fact that I'm literally about to turn 22 next month, have my phone on me, and I personally thought what I said sufficed. I called my mom to get her opinion, and she agreed I shouldn't even realistically need to ask permission to walk to Dunkin', especially at my age. My grandma got mad that I called her and once again said that she didn't realize I meant I was going to leave right at the moment. What I said was, I'm going to walk to Dunkin' to get a drink. I thought that was fine, and that made it more than clear enough I meant right then. She was so angry I called my mom, but my mom agrees that they have been way too overprotective during the time I've been staying with them. Believe me, I'm incredibly grateful they're letting me live with them. This just feels like a bit much in my opinion. So she hangs up and calls my brother and is flipping out on him about it. I was still in my room, so what exactly she said. They ended up leaving with their kid. Then my mom came home, and suddenly her attitude has completely switched. She's telling me that she'll buy me a new one when she gets the money and how the kid didn't mean it and he didn't know. And I'm still pissed, so I ask her why my brother or his GF can't replace it, and she makes excuses about how my brother doesn't work and he doesn't have a lot of money. The reason he doesn't have money is because he's a bum and won't get a job and sells weed. His girlfriend works at a fucking taco truck, so obviously between the two of them, they can barely afford their expenses. They're constantly asking my mom for money to cover the bills. Now we're at a standstill. My mom is making excuses for why my brother or his GF can't buy me a new one. They could easily buy me a new one if my brother stopped being a bum and got a job. Like, I'm not in the wrong, but I want to see Reddit flame my family. AITA for telling my dad to shut the hell up and stop ruining everybody's evening. I, 16M, still live with my parents, my siblings, 27F and 25M. Do not. They visit sometimes, but it's rare for us all to see each other. They are both visiting right now. Yesterday, we were all playing a board game, and my dad was annoyed about something, can't remember what, but it wasn't anything major. He kept huffing, making weird remarks, and overall bringing the mood down. This is not the first time he has done something like this, and I got fed up. I told him to stop acting childish, shut the hell up, and stop ruining everybody's evening. He blew up at me saying that I am the child here and should realize who I am talking to. He then went to his room and didn't talk to anyone for the rest of the day. My mom is taking his side, saying that I just made him more mad for no reason, but my siblings take my side. Aita? Edit. I address these things in the comments, but I understand not everyone reads all of them. My dad is the kind of guy that cannot take criticism ESP from someone he thinks is inferior to him. There have been other, somewhat similar situations where I tried to be kinder/more respectful, but when I do that, he doesn't take me seriously. He was in a foul mood because my mom and him had a disagreement earlier, and his mood worsened by not doing well in the game. I fully understand that he is my parent, and I do respect him. Usually, this was just emotion-charged / in the moment kind of thing. Last thing, the sentence itself wasn't what I said. I am European, so I had to translate for my language. I used some harshish words, but did not swear at him. Thank you for all your replies. AITA for refusing to travel with my childhood friend again after she complained the entire trip. We took a destination wedding trip this month, something we've been planning for 4 months. I had to save up, I don't earn much, and when my office delayed our salaries last month, things got tight. Despite that, I managed to save enough and went on the trip with my friends. The friend who stayed with me, for a couple of extra days, earns much more than I do. She lives in her hometown, while I'm responsible for living in another city, so I have more expenses. But during those 2 days, she acted as if she had no money. I covered her expenses, and even though I went out of my way, she constantly complained about the stay I booked, the food, everything. She was very ungrateful, and it upset me. I decided then that I would never travel with her again. When it was time to leave, she barely said goodbye properly. It hurt to see such behavior from a childhood friend. A few days later, I called her to explain how unhappy I'd been with her attitude. She asked, what did I do wrong, but wasn't willing to accept any responsibility. She seemed to be in a different zone and didn't acknowledge what she'd done. Aita, because I'm tired of catering to one daughter. Every time my husband and I make plans to visit our adult girls, 2 both married and grandkids, in a 4-hour flight, I never get a response from one for days, while the other has her response for us to do things with grandkids within a day. 30 days should be enough notice if we can visit. And there's other family we visit with also. 7 days before trip, and still just lame excuses with no definite dates. I'm just totally over catering to this daughter. My husband, on the other hand, acts like planning makes no difference and just go with the flow. But I like some idea of where and when to visit. Just over feeling rushed for the last minute. Well, if you can make it plans, because then I look like the bad guy if we can't break other family plans to see grandkids. It's hard for large get-togethers because of work schedules. AITA for refusing to help my boyfriend's dying mother while planning a trip to Europe. Not the a-hole. I, 25F, live with my boyfriend Liam, 24M. About a month ago, his mom Tanya began claiming she's dying of cancer, but no diagnosis has been confirmed. Every hospital visit ends with her being sent home. A nurse even told Liam she might be faking. It started when she stayed one night at our 1-bedroom apartment. That turned into a week of chaos. She refused AC and fans, said they hurt her skin, but blow-dried her hair daily. The apartment smelled awful. Everything had to be dark and silent, and she constantly demanded help. She even stormed into our bedroom at 3 a.m. asking Liam for massages. We sleep naked, so that was awkward. She criticized our Buddhist souvenirs, insisted we hang a cross, I did, and complained nonstop. She suggested we move in with her, an hour from our jobs/school. I'm a full-time student with 2 jobs and a 4.0 GPA, and I was falling behind. Liam, who works full-time, switched to remote work. His boss hated this, to care for Tanya. Her health updates were always shifting. MRI, canceled surgery, then chemo postponed due to infection, then E. coli. Always a new reason. No clear diagnosis or paperwork. Where her husband, David, who funds her lifestyle, was away, she made us go to her house to get her jewelry because she thinks he'll steal it when she dies. He's an alcoholic, according to her. We were supposed to take her to the ER right after, but we ended up staying 16 hours doing chores. I folded 420 clothing items, cleaned the whole house, and felt like her unpaid maid. Not a single please or thank you. She was stalling to go to the ER, and when we finally got there at 5 a.m., she said she'd check herself in and sent us home. 3 hours later, she called again, sobbing for help. She had been rejected by the ER. I suspect she faked it. Liam and I have both been skipping meals, losing sleep, and falling behind at work to help her. He once said he's waiting for her to pass away so he can move to Europe. He's been forced to manage her divorce, lawyer meetings, and funeral prep. Meanwhile, David Asterisk, who's paying the hospital bills and had been kept in the dark about all this, sent Liam aggressive texts like, "I call bullshit," and "don't show up at my house no more," then later apologized. Tanya called again begging for help. But this time, she wanted me because David is jealous of Liam. I had clearly told Liam I needed that weekend to study for final exams. And going to that house alone seemed sketchy. Now, I'm planning a 2 to 3 week Europe trip to see my mom, whom I haven't seen in over a year. Liam says he supports it, but called it a little selfish. He's asked, if I were dying, would you quit your job to be with me? And if it were your mom, would you help her? I felt pressured to say yes. But truth is, my family wouldn't lie to me or use me like this. I love Liam and want to be there for him, but I don't trust his mom, and this is starting to affect our relationship. aita for refusing to help Tanya and going home to Europe.
Aita, for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she uninvited my daughter. Throwaway account because this is a mess and people in my family use Reddit. I45F have been planning to attend my younger sister, Emma's 32F wedding for over a year. Emma and I have always had a complicated relationship. She's the baby of the family and has always been somewhat dramatic and attention-seeking, but I love her and have always tried to be supportive despite our differences. The issue centers around my daughter Lily, 16F. Lily has been struggling with severe anxiety and depression for the past 2 years. It started after my divorce from her father, and the pandemic really made things worse. She's been in therapy and on medication, and while she's doing much better now, she still has bad days and sometimes needs accommodations. One of Lily's biggest triggers is large crowds and formal events. She gets panic attacks and sometimes needs to step outside or find a quiet space. She also has some sensory issues. Loud music, bright lights, and certain textures can be overwhelming for her. We've learned to manage this by always having an exit strategy and letting her bring her comfort items, a small stuffed animal and noise-canceling headphones. When Emma got engaged, I was thrilled for her. I immediately started planning, bought a dress, arranged time off work, the whole 9 yards. Emma seemed excited to have Lily there too, and even asked her to do a reading during the ceremony. Lily was nervous but agreed because she wanted to support her aunt. About 3 months ago, Emma started getting really stressed about wedding planning. She became obsessed with everything being perfect and started making increasingly unreasonable demands. She fired 2 vendors, had multiple meltdowns about the flowers, and generally became a brat. I tried to be understanding because I know wedding planning is stressful, but it was getting difficult to deal with. The first red flag came when Emma called me crying because she'd seen some photos from another wedding, where a child had a meltdown. During the ceremony, she was worried about something similar happening at her wedding. I reassured her that Lily would be fine, and reminded her that we always have backup plans for these situations. Emma seemed satisfied with this conversation. 2 weeks later, Emma called again. This time she was even more worked up. She'd been reading wedding forums online, always a mistake, and had convinced herself that having anyone with mental health issues at the wedding was a liability. She used those exact words. Mental health issues, like my daughter was some kind of time bomb. I was hurt but tried to explain that Lily's anxiety is well managed and that we'd never put her in a situation where she couldn't handle it. Emma then suggested that maybe Lily could just come to the reception, not the ceremony. I was annoyed but willing to compromise. Lily was disappointed about not doing the reading, but she understood and was still looking forward to the party. But Emma wasn't done. A month ago, she called with her final decision. She had decided that she didn't want Lily at the wedding at all. Not the ceremony, not the reception, nothing. She said she'd been talking to her fiancé Jake 29M and his family, and they all agreed that having a disruptive teenager there would ruin the vision they had for their perfect day. I was absolutely stunned. I asked her what she meant by disruptive, and she said that Lily might have a panic attack, or need to leave early, or draw attention away from the bride. She also mentioned that Lily sometimes stims when she's nervous. She clicks her nails together quietly, it's barely noticeable, and that this might be distracting during the ceremony. I told Emma that I was hurt and disappointed, and that, if Lily wasn't welcome, then I wouldn't be coming either. Emma completely lost it. She started screaming at me about how I was being selfish and making her wedding about me. She said I was choosing my problematic daughter over her special day, and that I was just looking for reasons to cause drama. I stayed calm and told her that my daughter isn't problematic. She's a teenager dealing with mental health challenges, and excluding her from family events because of her anxiety is cruel and discriminatory. I said that if Emma couldn't find room in her heart for her own niece, then maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did. Emma then said something that I can't get over. She told me that she never wanted Lily to do the reading in the first place, and that she only asked her because she felt sorry for her. She said that having a broken kid do part of the ceremony would make everyone uncomfortable, and that she was just trying to be nice. She actually used the word broken to describe my daughter. I hung up on her. I was shaking with anger and hurt. I immediately called my mom and told her what happened. My mom was sympathetic but said that Emma was probably just stressed and didn't mean what she said. She begged me to reconsider coming to the wedding because it would tear the family apart if I didn't show up. Over the next few days, I got calls from various family members. My dad, 70M, was firmly on my side and said he was disgusted by Emma's behavior. My brother Mark, 38M, was more neutral but said he understood why I was upset. My Aunt Carol, Emma's godmother, called to tell me I was being overdramatic and that Emma deserved to have her perfect day without worrying about accommodating anyone else's needs. The worst call came from my Uncle Tom, 52M, who basically said that I was being selfish for forcing my daughter's problems on everyone else. He said that when he was growing up, kids with issues just didn't go to adult events, and that was better for everyone. He also said that I was raising Lily to be entitled by expecting accommodations everywhere we go. I was furious. I told him that my daughter deserves to be included in family events just like any other kid, and that her anxiety doesn't make her less worthy of love and acceptance. He said I was being a helicopter parent and that I needed to stop making excuses for her behavior. Meanwhile, Lily was heartbroken. She'd been looking forward to the wedding for months and had even picked out a dress. She started blaming herself, saying that she was the reason I couldn't go to the wedding. I assured her that this wasn't her fault and that Emma was wrong to exclude her, but she was still devastated. The situation got worse when Emma started posting on social media about how excited she was for her wedding, and how she couldn't wait to celebrate with all the people who truly matter. She also posted some passive-aggressive quotes about cutting toxic people out of your life and surrounding yourself with positivity. It was pretty clear these were directed at me. Last week, Emma's maid of honor, Jessica 30F, reached out to me. She said that Emma had been talking about the situation and that Jessica thought Emma was being unreasonable. Jessica has a son with ADHD and understood how hurtful it must be to have your child excluded from family events. She offered to talk to Emma about reconsidering, but I told her not to bother. At this point, even if Emma changed her mind, I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing Lily to an event where she clearly wasn't wanted. Jessica also told me something that made me even angrier. Apparently, Emma had been complaining to the bridal party about how I was using Lily's mental health to manipulate her and get attention. She said that I was probably exaggerating Lily's anxiety to make myself look like a victim, and that I was just mad because I wasn't going to be the center of attention at the wedding. This really got to me because I've spent the last 2 years doing everything I can to help Lily while trying to keep our struggles private. I've never asked for special treatment or made a big deal about accommodations. I've always been discreet about Lily's needs and have gone out of my way to make sure she doesn't feel different or singled out. The wedding is this weekend. I've stuck to my decision not to attend, but I'm getting increasing pressure from family members to change my mind. My mom called yesterday crying, saying that Emma is devastated that I won't be there and that she's having second thoughts about the whole wedding. She begged me to be the bigger person and just come without Lily. I told my mom that I understand Emma is upset, but that her actions have consequences. I said that I'm not going to abandon my daughter or send her the message that she's not important enough to stand up for. I also said that if Emma is having second thoughts about her wedding because of this situation, then maybe she needs to think about what kind of person she wants to be. My mom said I was being stubborn and that I was going to regret missing this important family event. She said that Emma might never forgive me and that this could permanently damage our relationship. I told her that Emma damaged our relationship when she called my daughter broken and excluded her from a family event because of her mental health. I'm also dealing with financial consequences. I've already paid for my dress, shoes, and a gift. I had to cancel my hotel reservation and lose the deposit. I also took time off work that I now can't use for anything else. Emma hasn't offered to reimburse me for any of these expenses, even though her decision to uninvite Lily came after I'd already made all these arrangements. The whole situation has been incredibly stressful for everyone. Lily is still upset and keeps asking if there's anything she can do to make Emma change her mind. I've had to reassure her repeatedly that this isn't her fault and that she has nothing to apologize for. I'm also worried about how this will affect her progress in therapy. She's been doing so well, and I don't want this setback to undo all the hard work she's put in. I've been second-guessing myself constantly. Part of me wonders if I should have just accepted Emma's decision and gone to the wedding without Lily. Maybe I could have made up some excuse about why she couldn't come, so she wouldn't feel rejected. But then I think about the message that would send, that it's okay to exclude people because of their mental health, and that family loyalty doesn't extend to protecting vulnerable members. I also keep thinking about what Emma said about Lily being broken. That word keeps echoing in my head. My daughter isn't broken. She's a smart, funny, creative teenager who happens to have anxiety. She's working hard to manage her mental health and has made incredible progress. She volunteers at the animal shelter, gets good grades, and has a small group of close friends who accept her completely. She's not broken, she's just different. But I'm starting to wonder if I'm making this situation worse by being so stubborn. Maybe I should have tried harder to find a compromise, or maybe I should have accepted that not every event is going to be accessible for Lily. I don't want to be the person who ruins Emma's wedding or tears the family apart over this. At the same time, I feel like I'm taking a stand for something important. Mental health stigma is real, and excluding people from family events because of their mental health needs is discrimination. If I back down now, what message does that send to Lily and 2 other family members who might face similar situations in the future? I'm also hurt by how quickly some family members turned on me and Lily. People who I thought would be supportive have said some really hurtful things. It's made me realize that there are some pretty toxic attitudes about mental health in my family, and maybe this situation is bringing those attitudes to light. The wedding is in 3 days. and I'm sticking to my decision not to attend. I'm planning to spend the day with Lily instead. Maybe we'll go to the movies, or have a spa day at home. I want to show her that she's valued and loved, and that I will always prioritize her well-being over other people's expectations. But I can't shake the feeling that I might be making a mistake. This could permanently damage my relationship with Emma and potentially with other family members. I might be missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime event because I'm being too proud or stubborn to compromise. So Reddit. Aita for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she uninvited my daughter because of her mental health needs. Should I have just accepted Emma's decision and gone without Lily? Or am I right to take a stand against this kind of discrimination, even if it means missing an important family event? Update. I know this post is already really long, but I wanted to add that Emma texted me this morning. She said that if I really cared about her, I would find a way to be there for her wedding. She said that she's sorry if I misunderstood her intentions, but that she just wanted her day to be perfect and stress-free. She didn't apologize for calling Lily broken or for excluding her. She just said she was sorry that I misunderstood. I haven't responded to the text yet because I honestly don't know what to say. Part of me wants to give her one more chance to do the right thing, but I'm also tired of being the one who always has to compromise and accommodate everyone else's feelings while my daughter's feelings don't seem to matter to anyone. Anyway, I'm interested to hear what you all think. Have I been the asshole in this situation, or am I justified in my decision? Aita for keeping my grandmother's inheritance secret from my family for 3 years. Using a throwaway because this is about to blow up my entire family and I need unbiased opinions before everything hits the fan. I 28F lost my grandmother 3 years ago. She was the most important person in my life growing up, basically raised me while my parents, both doctors, worked crazy hours. My grandmother, Nana, was an immigrant who came to the US with nothing and built a small but successful catering business over 40 years. She was incredibly frugal, lived in the same modest house for decades, and always told us kids that money doesn't buy happiness, but it can buy security. Here's where it gets complicated. My family has always been problematic when it comes to money. My parents make good money but are terrible with finances, always living paycheck to paycheck despite six-figure salaries because they spend everything on luxury cars, expensive vacations, and keeping up appearances. My brother Jake, 31M, is even worse. He's bounced between jobs, has racked up massive credit card debt, and has borrowed money from everyone in the family multiple times without ever paying it back. My sister Maya, 25F, is a different kind of problem. She's always been the golden child, beautiful, charismatic, and completely spoiled. She's never held a real job, went to expensive private schools that my parents paid for, and has been supported financially by the family her entire adult life. She's currently finding herself as an influencer while living rent-free in a condo my parents bought her. Then there's me. I was always the responsible one, the one who got good grades, worked part-time jobs through high school and college, and graduated with a practical degree in accounting. I live modestly, save my money, and have never asked my family for financial help. But I was also always treated as the boring one, the one who didn't need attention or support because I had my life together. When Nana got sick, I was the one who took care of her. I moved back home for 6 months to help with her care, took unpaid leave from my job, and was with her every day during her final illness. My parents were too busy with work. Jake was going through a rough patch and couldn't handle the stress, and Maya was too sensitive to deal with seeing Nana so sick. During those final months, Nana and I had a lot of deep conversations. She told me how proud she was of me, how I reminded her of herself when she was young, and how worried she was about the family's relationship with money. She said she'd worked her whole life to build something to leave behind, but she was afraid that if she left it to everyone equally, it would just enable my parents and siblings' bad financial habits and be gone within a few years. About a month before she passed, Nana asked me to drive her to her lawyer's office. She said she wanted to update her will and asked me to be her witness. I assumed she was just making small changes, but I was wrong. She was changing everything. When the lawyer read the will after her funeral, everyone was shocked. Instead of splitting her estate equally among her 3 children, my dad and his 2 siblings, she left the bulk of her estate to me. We're talking about her house, worth about $400,000. Her savings, $200,000, and the ongoing income from her catering business, $50,000 per year. She left smaller amounts to my parents, aunts, and uncle, $25,000 each. And she left my siblings $10,000 each. But here's the kicker. She also left me a sealed letter that the lawyer gave me privately. In it, she explained her reasoning and asked me to keep the full extent of the inheritance secret from the family for at least 3 years. She wanted to see if people would change their behavior around money during that time, and she wanted to protect me from the family's reaction until I was more established in my career. The letter also contained instructions for what she wanted me to do with the money. She wanted me to use it to go back to school for my CPA, buy a house, and start building real wealth. She also wanted me to help family members who were genuinely trying to improve their financial situations, but not to enable bad behavior. She basically made me the family's financial gatekeeper. So for the past 3 years, I've been living this double life. As far as my family knows, I inherited $50,000. I told them I used it to pay off student loans and put a down payment on a small condo. In reality, I've been living in Nana's house, which I told them I was renting cheaply from the estate. I've been using the catering business income to pay for my CPA program, and I've been saving most of the rest. During this time, I've watched my family continue their destructive financial patterns. My parents have gotten into even more debt and have started dropping hints about expecting an inheritance windfall that will never come. Jake has started 3 different business ventures that all failed, and he's borrowed another $15,000 from my parents that he'll never pay back. Maya has racked up $30,000 in credit card debt buying designer clothes and furniture for her content creation, and she's been talking about expecting to inherit enough money to pay off all her debts. The worst part is that they've all been treating me like the poor one in the family. They make comments about my little apartment. It's actually a 3-bedroom house. My old car, it's paid off and reliable. And my boring job, I'm now a CPA with a good salary. They've started being condescending about my lifestyle choices and making jokes about how I'll never be able to afford the things they have. Last month, my uncle Peter, Nana's youngest son, passed away unexpectedly. At the funeral, the topic of inheritance came up, and my aunt mentioned that she was surprised Peter didn't leave more money behind. This led to a conversation about Nana's estate, and my dad started talking about how he expected that when the estate stuff was fully settled, there would be more money coming to the family. I realized they still don't understand that the will was final and that there's no more money coming. They think the amounts they received were just preliminary distributions. Maya actually said that she was counting on her real inheritance to pay off her credit cards and that she might use it to start a business. This is when I realized I needed to tell them the truth. Nana's 3-year timeline is almost up anyway, and they're making financial decisions based on money that doesn't exist. I talked to the lawyer who handled the estate, and he agreed that it was time to be honest with them. I decided to tell them at my parents' house last Sunday during our usual family dinner. I brought copies of the will and the letter from Nana. I explained that I'd been keeping the secret at Nana's request, and I told them the full truth about the inheritance. The reaction was, explosive. My dad immediately accused me of manipulating Nana when she was sick and vulnerable. He said there was no way she would have left everything to me unless I had somehow tricked her or pressured her. He demanded to see the original will and threatened to contest it in court. My mom was crying and saying that I had betrayed the family by keeping this secret. She said that if I had really inherited that much money, I should have shared it with everyone regardless of what the will said. She accused me of being selfish and greedy. Jake was furious. He said that I had watched him struggle financially for years while sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars. He said that a real sister would have helped him with his business ventures and that I was responsible for his failures because I could have prevented them. Maya was probably the most upset. She started screaming that I had let her rack up debt while I was secretly rich. She said that I had been lying to her face for 3 years and that I had enjoyed watching her struggle. She also said that she was going to tell everyone we know what kind of person I really am. The dinner ended with everyone storming out. Since then, I've been getting nasty texts from all of them. My parents are demanding that I do the right thing and split the inheritance equally. Jake is threatening to sue me. Maya is posting passive-aggressive stuff on social media about fake people and family betrayal. But it's not just my immediate family. Word has spread to the extended family, and I'm getting mixed reactions. Some relatives are supportive and say that Nana had the right to leave her money to whoever she wanted. Others are saying that I should have told everyone the truth from the beginning and that keeping it secret was wrong. My Aunt Carol, Nana's daughter, called me yesterday and said that while she respects Nana's wishes, she thinks I've handled this poorly. She said that I should have found a way to help my siblings without enabling their bad habits and that letting them make financial decisions based on false expectations was cruel. My Uncle Mike, Nana's other son, is completely on my side. He said that he always knew Nana was worried about the family's spending habits and that he's not surprised she made this decision. He also said that my parents and siblings are proving exactly why Nana didn't trust them with money. I'm also getting pressure from family, friends who have heard about the situation. Some are saying that I'm being selfish and that family should come first. Others are saying that I'm smart to protect my inheritance and that my family is just showing their true colors. The worst part is that I'm starting to question whether I did the right thing. Maybe I should have told them the truth from the beginning. Maybe I should have found ways to help them financially over the past 3 years. Maybe I should have ignored Nana's wishes and just split the money equally. But then I think about what would have happened if I had. My parents would have blown through their share within a year or two and then expected me to support them. Jake would have used his share to fund more failed business ventures and then come asking for more money. Maya would have spent it all on luxury goods and vacations, and then expected me to pay her bills. I also think about what Nana wanted. She worked her whole life to build something lasting, and she trusted me to use it wisely. She specifically asked me to keep it secret because she knew how the family would react. She wanted to protect me from exactly the situation I'm in now, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been lying to my family for 3 years. I've watched them struggle, even though their struggles were largely self-imposed while I was secretly comfortable. I've listened to them complain about money while I was sitting on a substantial inheritance. I've let them make financial decisions based on false expectations. The situation has also affected my relationship with my boyfriend, David, 3OM. I told him the truth about the inheritance about a year ago, and while he was initially supportive, he started making comments about how I should help my family more. He says that family is family, and that I should be more generous with people I love. He's also started hinting that he thinks I'm being too controlling about money, and that maybe my family has a point about me being secretive and manipulative. This has caused problems in our relationship because I feel like he doesn't understand the situation. He grew up in a family with healthy financial habits, so he doesn't get how enabling behavior can be destructive. He thinks I should just give my siblings some money to help them out, but I know that would just make things worse in the long run. I've also been dealing with guilt about living in Nana's house. My family doesn't know I own it, so they think I'm just renting it cheaply. But every time I'm there, I think about how she wanted me to have it and how she trusted me to take care of it. I've been maintaining it well and making improvements, but I feel weird about the deception. The financial aspects are complicated too. The catering business is still generating income, but it requires management and oversight. I've been handling this for 3 years, but my family doesn't know about it. They think the business was sold after Nana died. Managing it has been a lot of work, but it's also been rewarding, and I've learned a lot about running a business. I've also been using the inheritance responsibly, just like Nana wanted. I finished my CPA program, I've been saving and investing, and I've been building real wealth. I've helped a few family members in small ways. I paid for my cousin's textbooks when she went back to school, and I helped my elderly great-aunt with some medical bills, but I've been careful not to enable bad behavior. Now I'm facing a choice about what to do next. My family is demanding that I share the inheritance, but I know that would go against Nana's wishes and would likely be financially destructive for everyone involved. At the same time, I'm tired of the secrecy and the conflict, and I want to have honest relationships with my family. I've been thinking about compromises, but I'm not sure what would work. Maybe I could help pay for my siblings to get financial counseling, or to pay off some debts if they agreed to change their spending habits. Maybe I could set up trust funds for them that would provide steady income but prevent them from accessing the principal. Maybe I could invest in legitimate business ventures if Jake came up with something realistic. But I'm also worried that any compromise would just be seen as an admission that I was wrong to keep the secret. And I'm worried that once I start giving money to my family, it will never end. They'll always expect more, and I'll always be the bad guy when I say no. I'm also concerned about the legal implications. My dad is threatening to contest the will, but the lawyer says it's solid and that too much time has passed for a successful challenge. Still, the threat of legal action is stressful, and I don't want to spend years fighting my family in court. The social implications are also weighing on me. Word is spreading in our community, and people are taking sides. Some family friends have stopped talking to me, while others have been very supportive. I'm worried about how this will affect my professional reputation and my personal relationships. I keep going back to what Nana would want me to do. She was a wise woman who understood people and money better than anyone I've ever known. She specifically asked me to keep the secret for 3 years and to use the money to build a secure future. She trusted me to make good decisions and to help family members who were genuinely trying to improve their lives. But she also loved her family. Despite their flaws, she wouldn't want this inheritance to tear us apart permanently. She would want us to find a way to move forward together, even if it took time and effort. I'm planning to meet with the lawyer again next week to discuss my options. I'm also considering family counseling, though I doubt my parents and siblings would agree to it right now. I'm hoping that once the initial shock and anger wear off, we can have a more rational conversation about how to move forward. In the meantime, I'm trying to stay strong and remember why Nana made this decision. She saw something in me that made her trust me with her life's work. She believed that I would use her gift wisely and that I would find a way to help the family without enabling destructive behavior. But I'm also human, and I'm tired of being the responsible one all the time. I'm tired of being the one who has to make the hard decisions and deal with everyone else's anger and disappointment. I'm tired of being seen as the boring, selfish one when I'm actually trying to do what's best for everyone in the long run. So Reddit, Aita for keeping my grandmother's inheritance secret from my family for 3 years. Should I have told them the truth from the beginning, even though it went against her wishes? Should I share the money now, even though I know it won't help them in the long run? Or was I right to honor her wishes and keep the secret until now? I know this is a complicated situation with no easy answers, but I'm hoping for some outside perspective. I feel like I've been living in a bubble for 3 years, and I need to know if I'm being reasonable or if I've been a selfish asshole this whole time. Update. I'm adding this update because I've been getting a lot of messages asking about specific details. Yes, I have documentation for everything: the will, the letter from Nana, and all the financial records. Yes, I've been paying taxes on the inheritance properly. Yes, I've been managing the catering business legally and ethically. And yes, I've been living well below my means and saving most of the money, just like Nana wanted. I've also been asked why I didn't tell my boyfriend the truth sooner. Honestly, I was scared. I'd seen how people treated me differently when they knew about money, and I wanted our relationship to develop naturally without that complication. I probably should have told him sooner, but I was following Nana's advice about keeping the secret. Anyway, thanks for reading this novel-length post. I know it's a lot, but I wanted to give you all the context so you could give me honest feedback. I'll probably post an update after I meet with the lawyer and figure out my next steps. Am I the a-hole for not telling my sister that her fiancé tried to kiss me? So this has been eating me alive for the past few months, and I honestly don't know what to do anymore. I 26F have a sister to 9F. Let's call her Claire. Claire and I have always had a complicated relationship. We're not super close. She's always been the golden child, and I've always been the sensitive one. But we've gotten a little closer in recent years, and I really thought we were making progress. Claire got engaged to Jason 30M last year. At first, I was genuinely happy for her. Jason seemed nice, respectful, funny, a little quiet, but he made Claire laugh and treated her well. Or, so I thought. The problem started 3 months ago when my boyfriend, Jake 27M, and I were invited to a cabin weekend trip that Jason organized for a group of his and Claire's close friends. Claire couldn't come last minute because of a work emergency, but Jason said we should still go since everything was paid for. Jake couldn't make it either because he had a family thing. I thought about canceling, but Jason convinced me it was fine. I would just be one of the group, and there were other people going. Well, it turned out the group was just me, Jason, and 2 of his work friends, both guys I didn't know. I felt awkward, but I figured I'd just keep to myself and go home early if needed. The first night, everything was fine. We drank a little, played card games, and I went to bed early. The second night, the other 2 guys went out to grab something, and Jason and I were left alone at the cabin. We started talking over drinks. Nothing flirty or inappropriate, just life stuff, families, wedding plans, that sort of thing. Then out of nowhere, Jason starts talking about how different I am from Claire, how I listen more, how I'm softer, how I make people feel seen. I felt uncomfortable and tried to laugh it off, but he kept going. Then he said, "You know, if I'd met you first, things might have been different." I froze. I tried to change the subject, but then he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him back hard. I told him he was out of line, and I left the room immediately. I ended up locking myself in the guest room for the rest of the night and left early the next morning. He texted me once saying, "Sorry, I drank too much." And that was it. Since then, I haven't told Claire. I told Jake, and he was furious. He wanted me to tell her right away, but I begged him not to. I didn't want to destroy her relationship. If it was just a drunken mistake, and I didn't want to seem like the jealous little sister trying to ruin her happiness. She was so excited for the wedding. But now, it's been 3 months. The wedding is next month. Claire keeps asking me to help with bridesmaid stuff, and every time I see Jason, I feel sick. He acts like nothing happened. Sometimes he even winks at me when she's not looking, like he knows I won't say anything. Last week, Claire and I were at lunch and she asked me if I thought Jason was acting weird lately. I panicked and said no. I feel like I betrayed her. Jake keeps telling me I'm protecting a guy who disrespected both me and her, and the longer I wait, the worse it'll be. But now, it's so late in the game. If I tell her now, it'll implode her life. She's already spent thousands on the wedding. She's so excited, and our family loves him. What if she doesn't believe me? Or worse, what if she does and hates me for waiting so long? I'm trapped. I know I didn't do anything wrong, but am I the a-hole for not telling her when it happened? For keeping this to myself? Am I the a-hole for refusing to let my brother-in-law live with us after his wife left him Evan, though we have the space? I 36M have been married to my wife, Laura 34F, for 8 years. We have 2 kids together, 6F and 4M. And we live in a decently sized home in the suburbs. It's not a mansion by any stretch, but it has 4 bedrooms and a finished basement, so we're comfortable. Things have always been pretty solid between Laura and me, some disagreements, like any couple, but we make a good team. The issue started 2 months ago when Laura's older brother, Kevin, 38M, showed up at our door with a suitcase, looking like he hadn't slept in days. Kevin's wife, Rachel, had just left him. I won't get into all the details, but from what Kevin told us, she cheated on him and took their 2 kids, 10M and 8F, to live with her parents out of state. Kevin was blindsided. He had no backup plan, nowhere to go, and no real support system. He asked if he could stay just for a few weeks until he figured things out. Laura looked at me pleadingly. I didn't want to be cold, so I agreed on the condition that it would be temporary. Maybe a month max, and that he'd chip in with chores or groceries if possible. At first I felt bad for the guy. He was clearly broken. He barely left the guest room. He didn't eat much. He stared at the wall a lot. I tried to give him space and didn't expect much. But as the days turned into weeks, things shifted. Kevin never helped out. Not once. No dishes, no trash, no cooking. He didn't even thank us for dinner. He just moped, took long showers, at weird hours, stayed up all night playing loud TV in the basement, and made our kids uncomfortable by constantly asking them weird questions about school or their friends. My daughter said, Uncle Kevin smells like old cheese, and honestly, she wasn't wrong. He refused to do laundry. Laura started doing it for him behind my back. When I confronted her, she said, he's going through something. He's not himself. I get that. I really do. But after a month, he wasn't improving. He started drinking. At night, nothing crazy, but enough to stumble a bit. He would cry loudly when he thought no one could hear. Our kids started getting nightmares because they heard him wailing from the basement. I told Laura we had to talk to him. We gave him 6 weeks total to find another place, either get a roommate, stay with a friend, or find a cheap sublet. Laura got really upset and said I was being heartless. She argued that family means being there when it's inconvenient. I told her that I didn't sign up to be a rehab center, that our kids were scared, that he made her sad, stressed, and anxious. Every day, that I work 60 hours a week and I come home to a man-child who hasn't moved an inch toward helping himself. She didn't like hearing it. We argued. She cried, but I thought we had reached a compromise. She told Kevin he had until the end of the month to figure something out. Then, last week, I came home early from work and found Kevin in my bathrobe, drinking my whiskey, and watching a movie in the living room like he owned the place. My son's Lego set had been pushed aside for his beer. I lost it. I told him this wasn't a hotel, that we were trying to be kind, but he was taking advantage of our hospitality and turning our home into a depressing cloud of doom. He said I was kicking a man when he was down, and that real family would never treat him like this. I said, real family wouldn't impose on 2 kids and a working couple without lifting a damn finger. He stormed out and went to stay at a friend's. Laura hasn't spoken to me in 2 days. She says I humiliated her brother and made him feel like garbage when he was already on the edge. Her exact words were, if he kills himself, it's on you. I don't even know what to say to that. I never told him to leave. I told him to act like a guest, not an entitled squatter. I understand pain, but I don't think that justifies making your sister and her family miserable for months. My wife says, I don't understand depression, that Kevin's life imploded and I made it worse. Maybe she's right. Maybe I could have been more patient. But I also have a family to protect. My kids were scared of their own Uncle Dot. So Reddit. Am I the a-hole for kicking out my grieving, depressed brother-in-law when he crossed too many lines? TLDR. My wife's brother stayed with us after his wife left him. He became a burden, scared the kids, didn't help out, and sulked constantly. I asked him to move out. My wife says I'm heartless and blamed me for possibly worsening his depression. Am I the a-hole?
Hey ITA for ruining my sister's engagement party because I brought my service dog. Okay Reddit, I need some serious perspective on this. My 28F sister, Sarah, 30F, got engaged to her boyfriend, Tom, a few weeks ago. Everyone is thrilled for them. They decided to have an engagement party at her fiancé's parents' house, a pretty fancy place with a big garden. I have a service dog, a golden retriever named Gus. I have severe anxiety and panic disorder, and Gus is trained to alert me to oncoming panic attacks, provide deep pressure therapy, and guide me to a safe place if I'm disoriented. He's a lifesaver, and I rarely go anywhere without him. He's also extremely well-behaved, quiet, and doesn't shed much. When Sarah told me about the party, I RSVP'd and mentioned that Gus would be coming. She got weirdly quiet on the phone. Then she said, well, about that. Tom's mom, Susan, really doesn't like dogs. She's particular about her garden, and she's worried about allergies even though she knows Gus is hypoallergenic-ish. Could you maybe leave him at home just for the party? It's just a few hours. I explained that I need Gus. It's not just a preference. He helps me function. Without him, I'm likely to have a panic attack, especially in a crowded social situation. I offered to keep him on a short leash away from food and ensure he doesn't bother anyone. I even offered to sit outside for most of the party to minimize interaction with Susan. Sarah kept insisting that it was just one party and that I was being difficult. She said it was important to her that Susan like me and that my bringing Gus would be a bad first impression. Honestly, her reaction hurt. I stood my ground. I said Gus was coming, and if that was a problem, I wouldn't attend. After a lot of back and forth, she reluctantly agreed, but she made it clear she wasn't happy about it. The day of the party arrived. I showered Gus, made sure he was looking his best, and we headed over. As soon as we arrived, Susan gave me a cold look. Throughout the party, she made passive-aggressive comments about Gus like, "Oh, isn't that cute? A dog wearing a vest," or, "I hope he doesn't decide to mark my prize-winning roses." She also kept spraying air freshener near me, which I found incredibly rude. I tried to ignore her and focus on Sarah and Tom. However, about an hour in, I started feeling anxious. The noise, the crowd, and Susan's constant glares were getting to me. Gus sensed it and started nudging my hand. I knew a panic attack was coming. I excused myself and went to a quieter part of the garden, Gus following close behind. I sat on a bench and started doing some breathing exercises, with Gus providing deep pressure therapy by laying his head on my lap. It was helping, but I was still struggling. Then Susan came storming over. "Look," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "This is exactly what I was worried about. You're making a scene. Clearly you can't handle being here. Maybe you should just leave." I was mortified. I tried to explain that I was just trying to calm down, but she wouldn't listen. Sarah came over too, looking stressed. She said, "Can we please just deal with this later? You're embarrassing me." At that point I lost it. I stood up, told them both that I couldn't believe they were treating me this way, and left. Gus stayed right by my side. Now, Sarah is furious. She says I ruined her engagement party and made her look bad in front of Tom's family. She says I should have just left Gus at home or at least tried harder to blend in. Tom's family is apparently also upset with me. I feel terrible that I upset Sarah, but I also feel like she and Susan were completely unreasonable and insensitive to my needs. I don't know what I could have done differently. So Reddit, aita for bringing my service dog to my sister's engagement party and ruining it, edit. Wow, I didn't expect so many responses. Thank you all for your input. To clarify a few things, Gus is fully trained and certified as a service dog. I have all the documentation. I did try to explain to Sarah and Susan beforehand why I need Gus, but they didn't seem to understand or care. I understand that Susan has a nice garden, but my mental health is more important. I am already in therapy. For my anxiety and panic disorder, Gus is part of my treatment plan. Edit 2. Sarah just called me and she's even more angry. She said Tom's mom is now saying that I brought the dog on purpose to sabotage their party and that I'm jealous of her. Happiness, I am honestly speechless. This is getting ridiculous. Edit 3. After some of the advice I got here, I decided to send Sarah a message apologizing for causing a scene, but also reiterated that Gus is a necessary part of my life. I told her that I hope we can find a way to move forward and that I love her. She hasn't responded yet. Still waiting. I feel like this is only going to get worse. ATA for bringing Gus. Aita for refusing to let my Esil name her baby after my dead dog. Okay, throwaway because my family already uses Reddit and I really don't want this plastered everywhere. I, 32F, have a pretty close-knit family. My brother, Liam, 35M, just had a baby with his wife, Sarah, 33F. The baby is absolutely gorgeous and everyone is over the moon. The issue is the name. They named her Bailey. Now, Bailey is a perfectly nice name. Except, Bailey was also the name of my dog, my beloved golden retriever, Bailey, who passed away 2 years ago due to cancer. I was absolutely heartbroken. She was my best friend, my furry shadow for almost 14 years. Losing her was like losing a family member. When Sarah told me they were naming the baby Bailey, I was stunned. I even laughed nervously, thinking it was a joke. She just smiled serenely and said, "We just loved the name. It's so sweet and classic." I tried to be polite, but I couldn't help but say, "But that was my dog's name." Sarah just brushed it off. "Oh, we know. We thought it was a nice way to honor her memory. She was a great dog." Honor her memory? My dog's memory? With their child, I told them, maybe a bit too strongly, that I thought it was incredibly insensitive and inappropriate. that Bailey wasn't just a dog, she was a huge part of my life, and naming their child after her trivialized that loss. I suggested they consider other names. There are literally millions of baby names out there. Liam tried to mediate, saying they really loved the name and didn't mean to upset me. He said Bailey was a part of the family, and they saw it as a harmless tribute. Since then, things have been tense. Sarah is giving me the cold shoulder, and Liam keeps trying to get me to see their point of view. My parents are also saying I'm overreacting, and that I should just be happy for them. They say I'm making Sarah feel bad, especially postpartum. Honestly, I feel like they're disregarding my feelings. It feels like they took something deeply personal and defiled it almost. I feel like they're minimizing my pain and grief over losing Bailey. So aita for refusing to be okay with them naming their baby after my dead dog? Am I being overly sensitive and selfish? Should I just let it go for the sake of family harmony? I'm starting to feel like I'm going crazy. Edit. Okay, wow. Thanks for the responses so far. A few clarifications based on the questions I'm seeing. No, I didn't explicitly tell them not to use the name. Hindsight is 20/20, I guess. I was so blindsided that I didn't think I needed to. I figured the inherent weirdness of it would be obvious. Yes, I did talk about Bailey a lot when she was alive, and for a while after she passed. She was a big part of my life, and I was grieving. Liam and Sarah were generally supportive at the time. They were aware of how much Bailey meant to me. They saw me cry my eyes out when we had to put her down. I haven't been outwardly rude to Sarah or the baby. I'm trying to be civil, but it's hard to fake enthusiasm about the name. I've mostly been avoiding them since the initial conversation. I haven't brought it up with anyone outside of my immediate family. The fallout within the family is already bad enough. Edit 2. I've been reading all the comments and I appreciate the different perspectives, even the ones calling me an AH. I think I need to recalibrate my approach. I still feel strongly about this, but I also recognize that I can't force them to change the baby's name. Maybe focusing on finding a way to express how deeply this affects me, rather than just demanding they change it, is the way to go. Thanks for the food for thought. I'll update if anything changes. Aita for assuming my roommate's emergency was a scam, and not offering to help when she asked me for $500. I, 28F, live with 2 roommates, Rachel, 27F, and Mike, 29M, in a house we all rent together. We've been living together for about a year now, and overall it's been a pretty smooth experience. We all get along, split the bills evenly, and respect each other's space. Last night I was home alone when Rachel sent me a text saying she was in a bit of an emergency and needed my help. She asked if she could borrow $500 from me ASAP. I was surprised, as we don't really lend each other money, but I asked her what was wrong. She called me and explained that she'd been in a car accident on her way home from work, and her car was totaled. She said she was okay, but the other driver was uninsured, and she needed the money to cover the deductible for her insurance to cover the rest of the damages. She sounded shaken, but not hysterical or anything. However, as she was explaining the situation, I noticed a few red flags. First, she'd told me a few weeks ago that she was thinking of canceling her insurance because it was too expensive. Second, she didn't sound like she was in a lot of distress, considering she'd just been in a car accident. And third, she asked me to send her the money via Venmo, which seemed weird to me. I told her I'd think about it and get back to her. As soon as we hung up, I started doing some research. I looked up the phone number for her insurance company and called them to verify her story. They told me that Rachel had indeed filed a claim, but it was still being processed, and they hadn't received any information about a deductible yet. I also did some Googling and found out that there's been a scam going around where people fake car accidents and then ask their friends or family for money to cover the damages. It seemed suspiciously like Rachel might be trying to scam me. I decided not to send her the money, and instead I texted her back saying that I'd talked to my bank and they were being super strict about lending money to friends, so I couldn't help her out. I didn't want to accuse her directly of scamming me, but I didn't want to give her the money either. Fast forward to this morning, Rachel came home and we had a bit of a confrontation. She was furious that I hadn't sent her the money, and she accused me of not being a good friend. She said I should have just trusted her and lent her the money. Mike was there too, and he kind of took her side, saying that I should have been more understanding. But here's the thing. Rachel has a history of being irresponsible with money. She's always overspending, and she's had trouble paying her share of the rent on time before. So when she asked me for $500, I wasn't just skeptical because of the potential scam. I was also skeptical because of her past behavior. When Mike and Rachel started ganging up on me, I told them about my concerns and my research. Mike seemed taken aback, but Rachel just got defensive and said I was being paranoid and accusatory. She claimed she was telling the truth, and I was just being a bad friend. The argument escalated, and eventually, Mike suggested we all take a break and calm down. Rachel stormed off to her room and Mike followed her to try to calm her down. Now I'm feeling pretty guilty and uncertain. Was I right to be skeptical, or was I just being a jerk? Should I have just lent her the money and trusted her? Aita for not trusting my roommate and not lending her the money. Edit. I should add that Rachel has been acting shady about this whole situation. She won't show me any proof of the accident, like a police report or photos of the damage. And when I asked her if I could talk to her insurance company directly, she got weird and said she'd handle it. It's making me even more suspicious that she's scamming me. Update. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've decided that even if Rachel was telling the truth, I'm still not going to lend her the money. Not because I'm being a jerk, but because we've never lent each other money before, and I don't want to set a precedent. I'm willing to help her brainstorm other ways to get the money, but I'm not going to just hand it over. So, Reddit, AITA, was I justified in being skeptical, or was I just being a bad friend or a roommate? Aita for refusing to give my sister the family heirloom engagement ring, even though it meant she called off her wedding. Hey Reddit, long-time lurker, first-time poster here. I'm a 32-year-old woman, let's call me Alex for anonymity, and I need some outside perspective because my family is tearing me apart right now. This whole mess has been brewing for years, and I honestly don't know if I'm the asshole for standing my ground or if I should have just caved to keep the peace. Buckle up because this is going to be a long one. There's a lot of history, and I want to make sure I give you all the context so you can judge fairly. First, some background. My family isn't huge, but we're close, or at least we used to be. I'm the oldest of 3 kids, me, my sister Emily, 28, and our brother Mike, 25. Our parents were high school sweethearts who built a modest life in a small town. Dad worked as a mechanic, and Mom was a teacher. They weren't rich, but they valued family traditions and passed down stories about their own parents. One of those traditions was this antique engagement ring that's been in the family for generations. It's not some flashy diamond. It's a simple gold band with a small emerald stone set in this intricate floral pattern. According to family law, it was my great-grandmother's who got it from her husband back in the 1920s. It's got sentimental value more than monetary, probably worth a couple $100 at most, but to us, it's priceless. When I was a kid, Mom always talked about how the ring would go to the first daughter who got engaged. She said it symbolized the family's enduring love and commitment. I remember her showing it to us when we were little, warning us to treat it with care because it represented our heritage. Fast forward to now, and that ring has become the center of a massive family feud. Let me start from the beginning. About 5 years ago, I got engaged to my now husband, Ryan. We'd been dating since college, and when I proposed, yeah, I did the proposing, go girl power. I asked Mom if I could use the family ring. She was thrilled and handed it over without a second thought. We had a beautiful wedding, and I wore the ring proudly. Ryan and I have been happily married for 4 years now, and life is good. We have a house, 2 dogs, and we're talking about starting a family soon. Enter Emily. She's always been the more dramatic one in the family. As kids, she was the artist, always drawing, writing poems, and dreaming big. I love her to bits, but she's got this tendency to make everything about her. Anyway, last year, Emily started dating this guy. Let's call him Jake. He's a nice enough dude, works in IT, and they seemed pretty serious. A few months ago, Jake proposed to her during a romantic trip to the mountains. Emily was over the moon and immediately started planning the wedding. That's when things got complicated. Emily called me one evening, all excited, and said, "Alex, I want the family ring for my engagement. It's tradition, right? The first daughter and all that. I was caught off guard. I mean, I was already wearing it. I explained that I'd used it for my engagement and that it was now part of my marriage. But she insisted that the tradition was for it to be passed down each time, not kept forever. She argued that since I'm married, I should give it back so she could use it for her big day. I tried to be reasonable. I told her that Mom had given it to me outright, and it wasn't like it was on loan. Plus, Ryan and I had built our life around that ring. It's become a symbol of our commitment. I offered to let her borrow it for photos or something, but she flipped out. She said I was being selfish and that I was hoarding family history. We argued for hours on the phone, and it ended with her hanging up on me. A few days later, Mom got involved. She called me and said she understood my perspective, but that family harmony was more important. She suggested I give the ring to Emily just for the engagement period and take it back after the wedding. I felt torn. On one hand, I didn't want to cause a rift, but on the other, the ring is mine now. It's not just an object, it's tied to my own memories. Dad, who usually stays out of these things, chimed in too, saying that traditions evolve and maybe I should let it go. But here's where it gets messy. I said no. I told them I appreciated their input, but I wasn't comfortable handing over something so personal. Emily took this as a personal betrayal. She started texting me non-stop, calling me names like greedy and unfamily-like. She even went on this rant about how I've always been the favorite child because I'm the oldest and more responsible, and now I'm rubbing it in her face. Mike, our brother, tried to play mediator. He's always been the peacemaker. He called me and said, "Alex, just give her the ring. It's not worth the drama." I explained my side, but he didn't get it. He thought I was being petty. This led to a big family group chat blow-up, where everyone was yelling at each other via text. Mom eventually had to step in and say we needed to cool off. Things escalated when Emily decided to plan her wedding without the ring. She announced on social media that she was getting married and posted all these Pinterest boards. But then, a couple of weeks ago, she called off the entire wedding. Apparently, not having the family ring made her question everything. She told Jake that if she couldn't have the proper engagement symbol, the marriage wasn't meant to be. Jake was devastated, and now he's moved out of their shared apartment. You can imagine the fallout. Emily blamed me entirely. She said that my refusal ruined her relationship and that I'm responsible for her heartbreak. She even told our extended family that I'm a monster who values a piece of jewelry over her happiness. Aunt Linda, who I've always been close to, sent me a message saying, "Alex, you could have just given it to her. Now look what's happened." Dad hasn't spoken to me since, and Mom is walking on eggshells. I feel awful, Reddit. I never meant for this to blow up like it did. Deep down, I know Emily has her own issues. She's had a history of dramatic breakups and always seems to tie her self-worth to big gestures. But is that my fault? Am I the asshole for holding on to something that was given to me? Or should I have sacrificed my feelings for the sake of family tradition? Let me try to break this down further, because I know aita posts need all the details. Growing up, Emily and I were always competitive. I was the straight-A student, captain of the soccer team, while she was the creative one who struggled with school but excelled in art. Our parents tried to treat us equally, but I always felt like Emily got away with more because she was sensitive. For example, when we were teens, she wrecked the family car in a minor accident, and Dad just shrugged it off. But when I got a B on a test once, they lectured me for hours about responsibility. This ring thing feels like an extension of that. Emily has always wanted what I have, even if it's not material. When I got into my dream college, she applied to the same one and was upset when she didn't get in. When I bought my first car, she complained that I was showing off. So, is it possible that this is just another case of her jealousy? Or am I projecting? On the flip side, maybe I am being selfish. The ring isn't irreplaceable. We could always get a replica or something for her. But it's the principle. Mom gave it to me as a gift, not a loan. Plus, Ryan supports me 100%. He said, "It's your ring, and if Emily can't respect that, that's on her." But he's biased, obviously. Now, the wedding was supposed to be in 6 months, and everything's cancelled. Emily's in therapy, which is good, but she's still not speaking to me. I offered to talk it out, but she blocked me on everything. Mike thinks I should apologize and give her the ring now, even if it's too late for the wedding. Mom suggested we have a family meeting, but I'm dreading it. So, aita here? Be honest, I can take it. I just need to know if I screwed up by not giving in, or if I'm right to stand my ground. Thanks for reading this novel. I know it's a lot, but I wanted to give the full picture. TLDR. I refused to give my sister the family heirloom engagement ring that I already used for my wedding, and now she's called off her own wedding and blames me for ruining her life. KITA for cutting off my entire family after they turned my wedding into a complete disaster and refused to apologize. Hey Reddit, long-time lurker, first-time poster here. I'm 28F, and I need some outside perspective because I'm seriously questioning if I'm the asshole in this situation. My husband, 28 Mem, let's call him Alex, and I got married last year, and what should have been the happiest day of our lives turned into a nightmare thanks to my family. I ended up cutting them all off, my parents, my siblings, even some extended relatives, and now I'm wondering if I overreacted. Aita, first some background to set the stage. I grew up in a pretty chaotic household. My parents, Mom is 52F, Dad is 54M, had me when they were young, and they always prioritized their own lives over us kids. I have two siblings, an older brother, 30M, Jake, who's always been the golden child, and a younger sister, 25F, Emily, who's kind of a wild card. Our family isn't super close. We have a lot of unresolved issues, like how Dad was always working, and Mum was more focused on her social life than parenting. As a result, I basically raised myself and learned to be independent early on. I met Alex in college, and he's been my rock ever since. He's from a tight-knit family that actually communicates and supports each other, which was a total culture shock for me at first. We dated for 6 years before getting engaged, and the whole time I was nervous about how my family would react. They've never been big on milestones or celebrations. My high school graduation was barely acknowledged, and Jake's wedding a few years back was a small, rushed affair that ended in drama because Mom got drunk and started arguments. When Alex proposed, I was over the moon. We decided to have a medium-sized wedding, about 100 guests, at a beautiful venue in the countryside. I paid for most of it myself because my parents claimed they couldn't afford to contribute much, even though they're not exactly broke. Alex's family chipped in a bit, and we covered the rest with our savings. I tried to involve my family in the planning to make them feel included. I asked Mom to help with the guest list, and she insisted on inviting a bunch of her friends and distant relatives I barely know. I said, okay, figuring it was her way of showing interest. Jake wanted to be involved in the bachelor party planning, which was fine, but he kept pushing for extravagant stuff we couldn't afford. Emily, on the other hand, was mostly absent from the conversations, saying she was too busy with her own life. Fast forward to the wedding day. Everything was perfect at first. The venue was stunning with wildflowers everywhere and a scenic view of the hills. I spent months planning every detail, the flowers, the music, the menu, to make it personal and meaningful. Alex and I wrote our own vows, and we even included a nod to our shared love of hiking by having a small ceremony trail walk beforehand. My family was there, dressed nicely, and I thought maybe this would be the event that brought us closer. But, oh, was I wrong? It started small. During the rehearsal dinner the night before, Jake got into an argument with one of Alex's cousins over politics. Jake's always been opinionated, and he wouldn't let it go, even though I begged him to drop it. Mom had to step in, but instead of diffusing the situation, she took Jake's side and made snide comments about Alex's family being stuck up. I was mortified, but I brushed it off as pre-wedding jitters. Then, on the actual day, things escalated. During the ceremony, Emily decided it was a great time to pull out her phone and start live streaming the whole thing on social media without asking. I mean, I get that weddings are shareable, but she was zooming in on people's faces and making commentary like it was her own event. Alex's grandma, who's pretty private, got upset and asked her to stop, but Emily just laughed it off. I had to interrupt my own vows to deal with it, which threw off the whole flow. Worse, Mum and Dad were seated in the front row, And they spent the entire ceremony whispering to each other and checking their phones. I could see them out of the corner of my eye, and it made me so anxious. After the I-dos, during the reception, that's when it really hit the fan. We had a nice playlist of songs that meant something to us, our first dance song, songs from our college days, etc. But Jake, who was acting as a groomsman, decided to hijack the DJ setup. He started requesting songs that were his favorites, like heavy metal tracks that clashed with the vibe, and even got the DJ to play one during our first dance. Imagine trying to slow dance to something aggressive and loud. It completely ruined the moment. Alex and I tried to laugh it off, but I was seething inside. Then the real kicker. During the speeches, Jake got up and gave a toast that was more roast than toast. He made jokes about how I'm always the serious one, and how Alex must have a lot of patience to put up with me. He even brought up old family stories that painted me in a bad light, like how I used to get in trouble for sneaking out as a teen, which was exaggerated. The whole room was laughing, but it felt malicious. Alex's family looked uncomfortable, and I could tell they were embarrassed for me. When I confronted Jake later, he said, "Come on, it's a wedding. Lighten up." But it didn't stop there. Mum, who was tipsy by this point, decided to corner me during the cake cutting. She pulled me aside and started complaining about how the wedding was too fancy and that I was trying to show off. She even said I should have let her plan it because she knows what's best. I tried to explain that it was my day, but she just waved me off and said I was being ungrateful for not appreciating her sacrifices. Dad, as usual, stayed silent and didn't back me up. Emily wasn't done either. She got into a fight with one of the waitstaff over the food, claiming her meal was undercooked, and made a scene that had everyone staring. By the end of the night, several guests had left early because of the drama, and Alex and I were both in tears in our bridal suite. We had dreamed of this day for years, and my family turned it into their personal stage. After the wedding, I tried to talk to them about it. I sent a group message explaining how hurt I was and asking for an apology. Jake responded with, "You're overreacting. It was just a bit of fun." Mom called me and said I was too sensitive and that weddings are always chaotic. Emily ghosted me entirely. Dad sent a text saying, "Let's not dwell on it." Not a single apology. I gave them a month to reflect, but nothing changed. So I made the decision to cut them off. I blocked their numbers, unfriended them on social media, and told Alex's family not to invite them to any events. It's been 6 months now, and I feel a mix of relief and guilt. On one hand, I've never been happier without their constant drama. Alex and I are thriving. We're talking about starting a family soon. On the other hand, I keep wondering if I was too harsh. Maybe I should have forgiven them. After all, family is family. Or did they cross a line that can't be uncrossed? Aita for cutting them off? I know weddings can be stressful, and maybe I set unrealistic expectations, but it feels like they deliberately sabotaged my big day. Help me out, Reddit. What's your judgment? TL.dr. My family ruined my wedding with arguments, inappropriate behavior, and no apologies, so I cut them off. AETA update after some reflection. Wow, I didn't expect this to blow up, but thanks to everyone who's commented so far. For those asking, yes, I have a therapist now, and she's helping me process this. Also, to clarify, Alex has been amazing through all of this. He's the one who encouraged me to post here. Simulated comment section for completeness, as this is a story. You throw away aita helper, NTA. Your family sounds toxic as hell. You don't owe them anything after they disrespected you on your wedding day. Cutting them off is self-protection, not assholery. You family drama queen 999, ESH. Yeah, your family was out of line, but cutting them off completely seems extreme. Maybe try family therapy. Your wedding survivor, 2023 NTA. I had a similar experience. My in-laws ruined our reception and we went low contact. You're not overreacting. You're setting boundaries. You asshole detector 3000 YTA for not expecting your family to be themselves. Weddings bring out the worst in people. You should have planned for it. You Redditor for life, NTA. Life's too short for people who don't respect you. Good on you for prioritizing your mental health. Aita for exposing my family's dark secret at my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner, even though it ruined everything. Hey Reddit, first-time poster here, long-time lurker. I'm 28F, and I'm honestly losing my mind over this. I need some brutal honesty. Because my family is divided, my relationships are in shambles, and I don't know if I'm the villain in this story or just the messenger. This is going to be a long post, like grab your popcorn because we're talking family drama, secrets, betrayals, and a wedding that turned into a total disaster. If you're here for a quick read, sorry, but I need to lay it all out to get proper advice. Aita, let me start with some backstory. I grew up in a pretty typical suburban family in the Midwest. My parents, Dave, 55M, and Linda, 53F, got married. Young and had 3 kids, me, the oldest, my sister Emily, 26F, and my brother Jake, 24M. We weren't rich, but we had a stable life. Dad worked as an engineer, Mum was a teacher, and we lived in a modest house with a big backyard. Emily and I were always close. She's my best friend and the golden child of the family. She's beautiful, smart, and everyone adores her. Jake is the laid-back one, more into video games and hanging out with friends than family stuff. Our family has always been tight-knit on the surface, but looking back, there were cracks. My parents argued a lot when we were kids, mostly about money or Dad's long hours at work. Mum would sometimes disappear for a few hours saying she needed space, and Dad would clam up and watch TV. We kids just thought it was normal marriage stuff. But as I got older, I started noticing patterns. Mom had this secretive side. She'd get mysterious phone calls late at night or hide letters in her desk. I never thought much of it until recently, fast forward to last year. Emily got engaged to her fiancé, Matt, 27M. He's a great guy, kind, funny, and totally devoted to her. They've been together since college, and their wedding was supposed to be the event of the year. It was set for this past June, with a big outdoor ceremony at a fancy venue. Emily had been planning it for months. The dress, the flowers, the guest list, everything was perfect. As the maid of honor, I was right in the thick of it, helping with tastings, decorations, and all that bridal stuff. I was excited for her. After all, she's my little sister, and I wanted her day to be magical. But here's where things get complicated. About 3 months before the wedding, I was cleaning out our parents' attic. They were downsizing and asked for help. I found an old box of Mom's stuff, letters, photos, and a journal from the 90s. At first I thought it was just nostalgic junk, like pictures of us as kids. But then I started reading the journal. Holy crap, Reddit, it was like opening Pandora's box. In the journal, Mom wrote about her life before us kids. She talked about how she and Dad met in college, but then she confessed to having an affair early in their marriage. Not just any affair. It was with a co-worker named Alex, who she described as the one who got away. The entries were detailed, emotional, and heartbreaking. She wrote about feeling trapped in her marriage, how Dad was distant and controlling, and how Alex made her feel alive. But here's the bombshell. She implied that Jake might not be Dad's biological son. She never outright said it, but there were hints like the baby that changed everything, and I have to live with this secret for his sake. I was stunned. I mean, Jake is my brother. We've always looked alike, with the same dark hair and eyes. But now I couldn't unsee the doubts. Mom wrote that the affair ended when she got pregnant with Jake, and she decided to stay with Dad to give us a stable family. She never told anyone, not even Dad, as far as I could tell. The journal stopped abruptly after that, like she couldn't bear to write anymore. For weeks I didn't know what to do. Should I confront Mom, tell Dad, or just bury it and pretend I never read it? I confided in my boyfriend, Ryan, 29M, who's been my rock for the past 4 years. He's the level-headed type, always telling me to think things through. He said I should talk to Mom privately before doing anything rash. So I did. One evening, when everyone else was out, I sat her down and showed her the journal. She broke, down crying, admitting everything. She confirmed that Alex was Jake's biological father and that she'd cut off all contact with him after Jake was born. She begged me not to tell anyone, saying it would destroy the family. "We've built a good life," she said. "Jake is happy. Your father is a good man, and this secret has kept us together." I was torn. On one hand, I understood her point. Jake adores Dad, and they've always had a great relationship. Dad has no idea, and Mum swore it was a one-time mistake. But on the other hand, secrets like this eat away at you. What if Jake ever wanted to know his real heritage? What if Dad deserved to know the truth? I promised Mom I'd think about it, but deep down I knew I couldn't just let it go. Enter the wedding drama. Emily's rehearsal dinner was 2 days before. The big day, at a nice restaurant rented out for the family. It was supposed to be a joyful event. Toasts, laughs, and bonding. But I was a mess. The secret was weighing on me heavily, and I kept thinking about how fake everything felt. Here we were, celebrating love and family, but our family was built on a lie. During dinner, things escalated. We were all seated at a long table, with wine flowing and speeches starting. Emily's future in-laws were there, along with our extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins. Dad gave a sweet toast about how proud he was of Emily, and how family means everything. That's when I snapped. I don't know if it was the alcohol or the pent-up emotion, but I stood up and blurted out, "What?" "About the family secrets, Dad. Like the one about Jake not being your real son." The room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Mum's face turned white. Dad looked confused, and Jake just stared at me like I'd grown 2 heads. Emily whispered, "What the hell, sis?" But I kept going. I explained everything, the journal, the affair, the possibility that Alex was Jake's dad. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I thought maybe it would be a cathartic moment like in the movies. But oh God, it was a disaster. Dad stood up, his face red with anger, and demanded to know if it was true. Mom started sobbing and confessed right there in front of everyone. Jake looked shell-shocked. He got up and left the restaurant without a word. Emily was furious with me, screaming that I ruined her wedding. Matt tried to calm her down, but it was chaos. Aunts and uncles were whispering, some defending Mom, others calling me out for being insensitive. The rest of the night was a blur. Dad and Mom had a massive fight outside, and he ended up leaving in his car. Jake didn't come back, and I later found out he went to a friend's house. Emily refused to speak to me, and the wedding planner had to postpone the ceremony because Emily was too upset. Ultimately, they pushed it back a week, but the damage was done. The family is fractured now. Dad and Mom are in counseling, Jake is getting a DNA test, and Emily blames me for everything. In the aftermath, I've been reflecting a lot. Was I wrong to expose the secret publicly like that? I know it was a terrible time and place, but I felt like it needed to come out. Secrets poison everything, right? Ryan thinks I was an asshole for not handling it privately, and he's been distant since. Emily texted me saying, "You always have to make everything about you. I hope you're happy. You destroyed our family." Jake hasn't spoken to me at all. He's probably hating my guts. On the flip side, some relatives have reached out saying I did the right thing. One aunt said Mum should have come clean years ago and that Jake deserves to know his roots. But I can't shake the guilt. Did I just cause unnecessary pain for my own sense of justice? Dad's heartbroken. Mum's depressed, and Emily's wedding was tainted forever. So Reddit, aita here, was I justified in revealing the truth, even if it wrecked the family dynamic, or was I a selfish jerk for timing it so poorly and making it public? I really need your input because I feel like I'm losing everyone over this. Thanks for reading this novel. I appreciate any advice. TLDR, I found out my mom had an affair and that my brother might not be my dad's biological son. I confronted it at my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner, causing a huge scene and ruining everything. Aita, aita for not inviting my sister to my wedding after she ruined my last big life event. Hey everyone, long-time lurker here, first-time poster. I, 28F, am getting married in 6 months to my fiancé, Alex, 30 and I'm absolutely over the moon about it. But as the planning ramps up, I've hit a massive roadblock with my family and now I'm second-guessing everything. The issue is my sister, Emily, 26F, and whether I'm being a total jerk for excluding her from the wedding. I need your honest opinions because my head is spinning from all the guilt-tripping and drama. First, Some background to set the stage. Emily and I grew up in a pretty typical suburban family. We were close as kids, best friends really. We shared everything, from clothes to secrets. Our parents always pushed the sisterly bond thing, like we were supposed to be inseparable, no matter what. But things started to change when we hit our teens. Emily became, well, let's say, more self-centered. She'd always find a way to make things about her, even when they weren't. For example, when I got into my dream college, she threw a fit because she didn't get in anywhere as prestigious, and suddenly my achievement became bragging in her eyes. Our parents just brushed it off as sibling rivalry. Fast forward to my early 20s. I was dating this guy, let's call him Mike, for about 2 years. He was great, kind, supportive, and we had a lot in common. Emily knew him well since she hung out with us a lot. One day, out of the blue, Mike broke up with me. He said we were growing apart, but I later found out from a mutual friend that Emily had been flirting with him behind my back and even kissed him at a party. When I confronted her, she admitted it, but acted like it was no big deal. He came on to me, she said, even though I knew that wasn't true. She apologized, but it felt insincere, like she was just saying sorry to get me off her back. I was devastated, not just because of the breakup, but because my own sister had betrayed me like that. Our parents got involved, of course. They told me to forgive and forget, because family is family. They didn't even ground her or anything. It was like they swept it under the rug. Emily and I had a huge fight and we didn't speak for months. Eventually, we patched things up on the surface. She sent me a half-hearted apology text, and I accepted it because I was tired of the tension. But deep down, I never fully trusted her again. Now here's where the current drama starts. About 4 years ago, I got engaged to Alex. It was a smaller engagement party, just close family and friends. I specifically told Emily that I wanted things to be drama-free, and she promised to behave. But what happened? Midway through the party, she got drunk and started hitting on Alex right in front of everyone. She was whispering in his ear, touching his arm and making these flirty comments. Alex is the most loyal guy I know, so he politely shut it down, but I was mortified. Our parents witnessed it and just laughed it off as Emily being Emily. When I called her out later, she accused me of being jealous and overreacting. "You're always so sensitive," she said. That night, she ended up causing a scene by crying about how no one appreciated her, and it ruined the whole vibe of what was supposed to be a happy occasion. After that, I distanced myself from her more. We still saw each other at family events, but I kept my guard up. Fast forward to now. Alex and I are planning our wedding. It's going to be a medium-sized affair, about 150 guests, at a beautiful venue by the lake. We've put so much thought into it. Custom invitations, a live band, even a photo booth. The one thing I was crystal clear about from the start was that Emily wouldn't be invited. I told my parents early on, explaining my reasons, and they lost. Shit. My mom called me heartless and said I'm tearing the family apart. My dad said that if Emily isn't invited, they might not come either. Emily herself found out through the grapevine and blew up my phone with messages, calling me a vengeful bitch and saying I'm punishing her for one mistake. Here's the thing. I don't see it as one mistake. This has been a pattern with her. She's always tried to steal the spotlight or sabotage my happiness when she feels insecure. Remember that college thing? Or how about when I landed my first big job promotion and she spread rumors at a family gathering that I only got it because I was sleeping with the boss, which was completely false and almost cost me the job when it got back to HR. Every time something good happens to me, she finds a way to make it about her pain or her perceived slights. Alex supports my decision 100%. He thinks it's my wedding, and I should have the right to decide who attends. But now the family pressure is intense. My aunt, who's always been on my side, even suggested I invite Emily and just keep an eye on her. But I don't want to spend my wedding day worrying about what she might do. What if she shows up drunk and tries to cause a scene again? Or worse, what if she tries to flirt with Alex or one of the groomsmen? I can't handle that stress on what's supposed to be the happiest day of my life. On the flip side, I feel guilty. She's my sister, and maybe I'm being too harsh. Our parents keep reminding me of all the good times we had as kids, like building forts in the backyard or going on family vacations. They say I'm holding a grudge, and that real family forgives. But honestly, I've tried forgiving her multiple times and she just keeps crossing lines. Therapy has helped me a lot. I've been going for the past year to work through this stuff, and my therapist says it's okay to set boundaries, even with family. So, AETA for not inviting my sister to my wedding. Am I being petty and unforgiving, or am I protecting myself and my special day? I'm really torn here. The wedding is paid for, invitations are going out soon, and I need to know if I'm in the wrong before I finalize the guest list. Thanks in advance for your judgments. TL. TR. My sister has a history of sabotaging my happy moments, like flirting with my ex and my fiancé at events, so I didn't invite her to my wedding. Now my family is furious, and I'm wondering if I'm the asshole. Simulated comments section 2. Make this feel like a real Reddit thread. I've added some fictional comments from users. These are based on typical aita responses, with votes and judgments. Comment by UNTA Queen 2223 NTA. Holy crap, OP, your sister sounds like a walking red flag. You've given her multiple chances, and she keeps betraying you. It's your wedding, your day to celebrate with people who actually support you. Inviting her would just be inviting drama, and you don't owe her a spot at your event just because you're related. Your parents are enabling her behavior by not holding her accountable, which is messed up. Stand your ground. If they don't come because of it, that's on them, not you. Protect your peace. Reply by you throwaway. Wedding drama 99. Thanks so much for my this. It's validating to hear that I'm not overreacting. I just wish my parents saw it that way. They've always babied her and it's exhausting. Comment by UYT sometimes ESH. Everyone sucks here. Look, I get that your sister is a pain, but cutting her out completely seems extreme. Families are complicated and yeah, she's messed up, but you're also holding on to grudges that are years old. Have you tried talking to her one-on-one, like in therapy together? Your parents are AH for not mediating better, and she's definitely TA for her actions, but you're letting this poison your whole family dynamic. Weddings are about unity, not division. Reply by you throwaway wedding drama 99. We did try family therapy once, but she bailed after the first session and called it dumb. I don't think she's interested in fixing things. She just wants things to go. Her way comment by you family first forever. NAH. No assholes here. This is a tough one. On one hand, your sister sounds toxic, and you have every right to protect your boundaries. On the other, family is forever, and excluding her might create a rift that lasts longer than the wedding. Maybe compromise. Invite her but set clear ground rules, like no alcohol or something. But ultimately, it's your call. Reply by you throwaway wedding drama 99. The no alcohol thing is a good idea in theory, but I know she'd find a way around it. Plus, it's my wedding. I shouldn't have to police her. Comment by you redditor for justice.nta 100%. I've got a similar story with my own sibling, and let me tell you, sometimes you have to prioritize your mental health. Your sister doesn't respect you, and inviting her would be like handing her the keys to ruin your day. Block her number if you have to, and enjoy your wedding with the people who matter. Your parents need to grow up and stop guilting you. Comment by you drama llama 101YTA. Life's too short to hold grudges like this. Yeah, she messed up, but who hasn't? If you don't invite her, you're just perpetuating the cycle of family drama. Suck it up, invite her, and move on. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Reply by you throwaway wedding drama. I appreciate the perspective, but I don't think it's that simple. I've tried moving on, and she keeps hurting me. Comment by you wedding survivor 7 NTA. I didn't invite my toxic cousin to my wedding, and it was the best decision I ever made. The day was perfect without the drama. You're not obligated to include people who don't add value to your life. Good luck, OP. Comment by you, therapy, ice-key, 123, soft NTA. It sounds like you've got valid reasons, but have you considered the long-term effects? Weddings are one day, but family is forever. Maybe use this as an opportunity to set boundaries instead of walls. Still, based on what you've said, you're not the AH for protecting yourself. Aita for refusing to let my sister crash at my house after she wrecked her life for the third time, even though my family is calling me heartless. Hey Reddit, long-time lurker here, first-time poster. I, 28F, need some outside perspective because I'm feeling like the biggest villain in my family's story right now. My sister, let's call her Emily, 25F, has always been the wild card in our family. We've got a pretty typical suburban background. Mom and Dad worked hard. We grew up in a middle-class neighborhood, and they tried their best to give us opportunities. But Emily and I couldn't be more different. I'm the responsible one. I got good grades, went to college, got a steady job as a project manager at a tech firm, and now I'm married to my high school sweetheart, Mike, 30M. We've got a cute little house in the suburbs, 2 dogs, and we're trying for a baby. Life's not perfect, but we're building something stable. Emily, on the other hand, has been a roller coaster since we were kids. She was always the fun one, the life of the party. As teenagers, she'd sneak out to parties, skip school, and get into minor trouble. Our parents bailed her out every time, covering for her with teachers, paying for her phone when she lost jobs, that kind of thing. I remember one time when we were 16 and 13, she convinced me to cover for her, while she went to a concert with some sketchy friends. I did it because I looked up to her, but it backfired when Mom found out and grounded me for a week. That was my first lesson. Emily's chaos always seemed to spill over onto me. Fast forward to adulthood. Emily dropped out of community college after 1 semester because she didn't feel like it. She bounced from job to job, waitressing, retail, even a brief stint as a social media influencer that fizzled out when she couldn't keep up with the algorithm. Our parents kept helping her financially, which I always thought was a mistake. They'd lend her money for rent, buy her groceries, and even co-sign a lease for an apartment once. I tried to talk to them about it, saying it was enabling her, but they'd just say, "She's your sister, she needs support." Meanwhile, I was grinding away, paying off my student loans and saving for a house. It felt unfair, but I bit my tongue. Because family is family, right? About 2 years ago, things got really bad for Emily. She got involved with this guy, let's call him Jake, 27M, who was a total loser. He had no job, a history of petty crimes, and a string of exes who all said he was manipulative. Emily moved in with him after knowing him for like 2 months, and suddenly she was posting all this love conquers all stuff on social media. I warned her, told her he was bad news based on what I'd heard from mutual friends, but she accused me of being jealous and controlling. "You just don't want me to be happy because you're stuck in your boring life," she said. Ouch. That stung, especially since I was dealing with my own stresses at the time, like Mike and I going through fertility treatments. Well, predictably, that relationship imploded. 6 months in, Jake cheated on her with some woman from his old neighborhood, and Emily came crying to me. I let her stay at our house for a week while she got back on her feet. Mike wasn't thrilled. He's a private person and doesn't like unexpected guests, but he went along with it because I insisted. During that week, Emily was a mess, crying all night, eating our food without asking, and even borrowing my clothes without returning them. She didn't help with chores or anything. She just moped around. At the end of the week, I helped her find a cheap apartment and even lent her $500 for a deposit. She promised she'd pay me back, but surprise, surprise, that never happened. That brings us to the first major blow-up. About a year ago, Emily lost her job again because she kept showing up late and arguing with her boss. She couldn't pay her rent and got evicted. Who did she turn to? Me, of course. She showed up at my door one evening with a suitcase, tears streaming down her face, begging to stay until she sorted things out. I said no. Not because I didn't care, but because I was pregnant at the time. We'd finally succeeded with IVF, and I needed a stress-free environment. Mike and I had just finished setting up the nursery, and I was dealing with morning sickness and work deadlines. Plus, I knew from experience that a few days with Emily would turn into weeks or months. She flipped out, called me a selfish bitch, and said I was abandoning her like everyone else. Our parents got involved, yelling at me over the phone about how I needed to be more compassionate. "She's your blood, for God's sake," Dad said. I tried to explain that I couldn't keep being her safety net. It was draining me emotionally and financially, but they didn't get it. In the end, Emily stayed with our parents for a while, and they helped her get another job. Things calmed down, but I felt like the bad guy for months. Now here's where the current drama starts. Last month, Emily's life fell apart again. She and Jake, yes, she got back together with him, SMH, had been living in a rundown rental, but Jake got arrested for shoplifting or something stupid, and they couldn't afford the place anymore. Emily lost her job too. She was working as a barista, but apparently she had creative differences with the manager. So once again, she's homeless and jobless. She called me last week, sobbing, saying she had nowhere to go. Please, sis, just for a little while. I promise I'll get a job and be out of your hair in no time. I said no, flat out. And that's where I might be the asshole. Let me explain why. First, Mike and I are expecting our first child in a few months. Our house is small and we're already preparing for a baby. Baby-proofing, setting up schedules, all that. Having Emily around would be a disaster. She's not responsible. She'd probably smoke in the house. She's a chain smoker, and I don't want that around a newborn. Leave messes everywhere and bring drama into our lives. Plus, she still owes me that $500 from last time, and she's never acknowledged it. Second, I've got my own issues. Work has been insane. I'm managing a big project that's due soon, and the stress is already high. Mike's been working overtime, too, and we're both exhausted. I don't have the energy to play therapist or parent to my adult sister, and honestly, after the last time, I feel like I've enabled her enough. Every time I help, she just falls back into the same patterns. It's like she's not learning from her mistakes because there's always a net to catch her. When I told her no, she went nuclear. She screamed at me over the phone, calling me heartless and saying I was just like our perfect parents who never understood her. Then she involved the family group chat where she blasted me to everyone. Our parents, our aunt, even some cousins. Mom called me crying, saying, "How could you turn your back on your own sister? What if this was you?" Dad was more diplomatic, but still disappointed, suggesting I at least help her find a shelter or something. I offered to help her look for jobs and apartments online, but I wouldn't let her stay with us. Now the fallout is real. Emily ended up staying in a cheap motel for a few nights, paid for by our parents, but they're struggling financially themselves. They're retirees on a fixed income. She's been posting passive-aggressive stuff on social media, like, family is supposed to be there for you, but some people are just cold. A few relatives have sided with her, calling me stingy and unsupportive. Mike thinks I'm in the right, but he's biased. He's always said Emily is a leech and he's tired of her using me. So Reddit, aita here? I feel guilty as hell, like I'm abandoning my sister when she needs me most. But I also know that saying yes would mess up my life and my family stability. Is it selfish to prioritize my own mental health and family over her repeated crises? Or am I just being a heartless sibling? TLDR. My sister has a history of poor decisions and keeps expecting me to bail her out by letting her stay at my house. I refused this time because I'm pregnant, stressed and tired of enabling her. Now my family thinks I'm the villain. What do you think? Aita? Let me add some more details about my backstory with Emily. Growing up, we were close in some ways. We'd have sleepovers, share secrets, and giggle about crushes. But as we got older, her impulsiveness started causing rifts. Like in high school, she stole money from Mum's purse to buy concert tickets and blamed it on me. I got grounded, and she never fessed up. Or that time she crashed my car, I was letting her borrow it, and lied about it until I saw the damage. I forgave her because she's family, but it built up resentment over time. And let's talk about Jake. He's not just a bad boyfriend, he's manipulative as hell. From what Emily's told me, when she's not defending him, he controls her finances, makes her feel worthless, and then charms her back when she tries to leave. I've offered to help her get out for good, suggested therapy, support groups, even a women's shelter. But she shuts me down. "You don't understand our love," she'd say. It's frustrating because I see her repeating the same patterns, and I don't know how to break through to her. On my end, Mike and I have worked so hard for what we have. We met in high school, dated through college, and got married after I landed my first real job. We've been through infertility struggles, which were emotionally draining. The IVF process cost us thousands, and we had to cut back on luxuries just to afford it. Now that we're finally pregnant, I want to protect that bubble. Having Emily around with her drama and instability feels like inviting a storm into our calm. I guess another part of me wonders if I'm overreacting. Maybe I should have let her stay for a short time, like a week, with strict rules. But I know, from past experience, that boundaries with Emily don't work. She'd push them, stay longer, and leave me feeling used. Plus, with a baby on the way, I can't risk it. What about professional help? I've suggested she see a therapist for her impulsivity. Maybe she has undiagnosed issues like ADHD or depression, but she laughs it off. Therapy's for weak people, she says. Our parents never pushed it either, always opting for the quick fix of financial aid. In the end, I'm torn. I love my sister and I don't want her to suffer, but I can't keep sacrificing my well-being for her. So, Reddit, what's your verdict? Aita for drawing the line? Aita for assuming my roommate's emergency wasn't really an emergency and not giving her my car. I, 28F, live with two roommates, Rachel, 27F, and Mike, 29Me, in a 3-bedroom apartment. We all get along pretty well and we've had our fair share of drama, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We split the bills and chores fairly evenly, and we've established a good system. Last night, around 9 p.m., Rachel came into the living room, where I was watching TV, and told me she had an emergency and needed my car. She said her sister was having a crisis, and she needed to go pick her up from her boyfriend's house, which was on the other side of town. I asked her what kind of crisis, and she just said it was personal and that she couldn't talk about it. Now, I've known Rachel for a while, and I've noticed that she has a tendency to be a bit dramatic. She's always having a crisis or being in a state of panic about something, and it often turns out to be not that big of a deal. So when she told me she needed my car for this emergency, I was skeptical. I asked her if it was really an emergency, and she got defensive, saying, "Of course it's an emergency. My sister is having a really tough time and I need to be there for her." I pressed her for more information, asking if her sister was hurt or in danger, and she just shook her head and said, "No, it's just complicated." At this point, I was still hesitant to hand over my car. Not only do I not want to be without a vehicle, but I also didn't want to enable Rachel's potentially dramatic behavior. I told her that I needed to know more about the situation before I could lend her my car, and that I wasn't comfortable just handing it over without more information. Rachel got upset and told me that I was being insensitive and not supportive. She said that I was putting my own needs above her sister's, and that I was being selfish. Mike, who had been quietly watching the exchange, chimed in and said that he thought I was being reasonable to want more information before handing over my car. In the end, Rachel stormed off to her room, saying that she would figure something out and that I was missing the point. I felt a bit bad, but I still wasn't convinced that it was a real emergency. I mean, if her sister was really in crisis, wouldn't she have called 911 or something? Fast forward to this morning, when Rachel emerged from her room and told me that she had ended up calling a ride-sharing service and going to get her sister anyway. She didn't apologize or acknowledge that I had been hesitant to lend her my car, but instead just said that it all worked out in the end. Now I'm feeling a bit guilty, wondering if I was too harsh on her, but at the same time, I'm still not convinced that it was a real emergency. Was I the asshole for not lending her my car, or was I justified in being skeptical? Edit. I should add that Rachel has a history of emergencies that turn out to be not that big of a deal, like last year she had to go to her friend's house at 2 a.m. because her friend was having a panic attack, but it turned out the friend was just drunk and wanted someone to talk to. And the time before that, she had to leave work early because her mum was sick, but it turned out her mum just had a cold. Edit 2. I've also had issues with Rachel borrowing my stuff without asking in the past, so I'm a bit more cautious about lending her things now. Maybe that's coloring my judgment here. Aita for exposing my brother's decade-long financial manipulation and our parents' complicity at their 40th anniversary party after discovering a hidden trust fund that was supposed to be mine. Throwaway account for obvious reasons. This is long. Like really, really long. I need to lay out the full history because the incident itself, while dramatic, is only the tip of a very deep, very cold iceberg. Background: I, 38F, am the younger of 2 children. My brother, David, 42, has always been the golden child. From a young age, there was a clear difference in how we were treated by our parents, Mom, 65F, and Dad, 68 David could do no wrong. Every minor achievement was lauded. Every mistake was excused, explained away, or blamed on external factors. He was the charming, charismatic one, the one who needed extra help and guidance. I was the quiet, independent one. I excelled in school, followed the rules, got a scholarship for university, worked part-time through my degree, and never asked for much. This, in their eyes, meant I didn't need much. David, on the other hand, seemed to lurch from one self-made crisis to the next, usually financial. He dropped out of his first college after a semester, claiming it wasn't the right fit, racking. Up debt our parents quietly settled. He bounced between jobs, always claiming his bosses didn't understand his potential. He started various business ventures, a t-shirt printing service that never printed anything, a vague consulting firm, crypto trading before it was mainstream, and he lost a significant amount of money. Each time he'd go to our parents with some sob story about how, if he just had a little bit of capital, he could make it work, or how this unexpected expense was derailing his life just as things were turning around. And each time, Mom and Dad would dip into their savings, sometimes even taking out small loans to help him. Meanwhile, I watched this happen. When I needed a small loan to cover an unexpected car repair in college, I was told I needed to learn financial responsibility. When I asked for help with a professional certification course after graduating, I was told to budget better. It wasn't resentment at David getting help initially. It was confusion about why I, who was being responsible, was left to sink or swim, while he, who was consistently irresponsible, was constantly bailed out. My parents always had a standard response. When I gently brought this up, "David just needs us more. You're so capable and independent, you don't need our worrying." Or families help each other. When he's successful, he'll pay it back. The implication was always that my independence was a reason to neglect me, not a trait to be proud of or support further. Over the years, David's requests became more significant. He got married to Sarah, 40F, who, bless her heart, seemed genuinely unaware of the depth of his financial instability for a long time, or perhaps chose to ignore it. They bought a house they couldn't truly afford, and Mum and Dad, apparently, contributed a significant chunk to the down payment and closing costs. David lost another job, then another. They had 2 kids, Lily, 10F, and Tom, 7 and suddenly the pleas for money were wrapped in concerns for his children's well-being. "How can I provide for my family?" became his mantra, conveniently ignoring the fact that his own choices were the root cause. My relationship with my parents became strained. It wasn't just the money. It was the constant comparisons. "David is so stressed trying to make ends meet," implying I wasn't stressed despite working my butt off. The way they'd shut down any conversation about David's issues, and the sheer exhaustion of watching this cycle repeat. I learned to keep my distance, visiting them sporadically, avoiding any deep conversations about finances or David. About 10 years ago, when I was 28, my paternal grandmother passed away. Grandma and I were close. She was a practical, no-nonsense woman who saw through David's charm and worried about Mom and Dad enabling him. She knew I was saving for a down payment on a modest apartment in the expensive city I lived in. A few months before she died, she told me she was leaving me a specific sum of money, just enough, she calculated, to give me a significant boost towards that goal. She said she wanted to make sure I had a secure footing. Unlike some others, with a pointed look she didn't need to explain. It wasn't a massive inheritance, but it was substantial enough to make a real difference in my life. When Grandma's will was read, the money designated for me wasn't mentioned explicitly in the main document the family saw. Her will was complex, involving several smaller bequests and the division of some property. My portion, it turned out, was handled via a separate codicil and was to be placed in a specific type of trust account managed by her longtime lawyer, Mr. Henderson, with instructions for distribution. This was meant to protect the funds and ensure they went directly to me for the intended purpose. A few weeks after the will reading, Mom and Dad sat me down. They looked uncomfortable. They told me that while Grandma had intended to leave me money, there had been some unforeseen complications with her estate, something about taxes, probate fees, and an unexpected debt they had to settle on her behalf. They said that unfortunately, after everything was settled, the amount left wasn't what Grandma had hoped, and they had used it to cover these final expenses. They were very apologetic, saying they felt terrible that Grandma's wishes couldn't be fully honored, but that's how estates go sometimes. They promised that they would make it up to me someday when their own finances were more settled. I was devastated. Not just for the loss of the money, which would have significantly eased my financial burden and accelerated my ability to buy a home, but because it felt like even in death, something intended for me had been swallowed by some nebulous problem. It stung terribly. I was sad, but I accepted it. Mom and Dad seemed genuinely upset about it, and Mr. Henderson was a respectable lawyer. I assumed it was just one of those unfortunate realities of probate. I grieved the loss of my grandmother and the lost opportunity, and I went back to working extra hours and saving every penny. Fast forward 10 years. I worked hard, saved relentlessly, and finally, 5 years ago, managed to buy a small apartment on my own. It required immense sacrifice, living very frugally, turning down social opportunities, and working jobs I didn't love. But I did it. I was proud of myself, but there was always a quiet sadness about the money I had lost. David's financial situation never stabilized. He continued to rely on Mom and Dad. Their retirement savings seemed to have dwindled significantly based on casual comments they'd make. David and Sarah eventually divorced 2 years ago, which was messy and involved more financial drama David put Mom and Dad through. Now with 2 kids and alimony child support payments that he often complained he couldn't meet, his situation was apparently worse than ever, according to Mom and Dad, who were still helping him out constantly. A few months ago, I was helping Mom clear out some old files from their garage. I found an old box labeled Grandma's Papers Estate. I figured it was just old tax documents or something, but curiosity got the better of me. Deep within the box, under layers of seemingly irrelevant papers, I found a pristine, untouched envelope addressed to me, postmarked shortly after Grandma's death. Inside was a letter from Mr. Henderson. The letter explained the specifics of the trust Grandma had set up for me. It detailed the exact amount she had placed in it, $80,000, a fortune to me 10 years ago, the terms under which it was to be released to me upon request once I had a signed purchase agreement for a primary residence, and confirmed that the funds had been successfully transferred to a designated trust account shortly after her passing. It explicitly stated there were no debts, probate issues, or taxes associated with this specific fund that would diminish it. It concluded by saying he had informed my parents of the successful transfer and awaited my contact. My blood ran cold. $80,000 10 years ago. A sum that would have changed the trajectory of my life, enabling me to buy a home years earlier, avoid years of stressful overwork and extreme frugality, and potentially invest or save more effectively. And it hadn't been swallowed by probate issues. It had simply vanished, somewhere between Mr. Henderson informing my parents and them telling me a carefully constructed lie. I kept the letter. My hands were shaking. I didn't say anything to Mom in the garage. I went home and reread it countless times. I then did some digging. I found Mr. Henderson's current contact information and called him. He was still practicing, older now. I identified myself and asked, with carefully chosen words, about the trust Grandma had set up for me. He confirmed everything in the letter. He remembered it clearly because it was a slightly unusual but straightforward trust setup. He confirmed the amount, the date it was funded, and the instructions. He also confirmed he had sent the letter to me at my parents' address. I was living in a different city, but mail often went there first, and that he had spoken to both my parents at length about it, explaining how I could access the funds when I was ready to buy a home. He specifically recalled them acknowledging the details and assuring him they would pass the information and the letter along to me. He sounded genuinely surprised when I told him I had never received the letter or any information about the trust, and that my parents had told me the money was gone due to estate issues. He was professional, but his tone suggested disbelief and concern. He said the funds were accessed about 9 months after he had last spoken to my parents and sent the letter. The request had come from my parents, citing me as the beneficiary, and claiming I needed the funds immediately for a critical investment opportunity, which was not allowed per the trust terms, only a home purchase, but they provided documentation, which in hindsight he realized could have been faked or misleading, and they had power of attorney for certain administrative matters related to the general estate, which they had apparently misused or misinterpreted to access this specific trust. He said in retrospect, he should have required direct contact from me, but he trusted my parents implicitly at the time. The funds were transferred to an account that was not mine, an account number he read out that I didn't recognize. It hit me like a physical blow. They hadn't just failed to give me the money. They had actively lied to me, intercepted information intended for me, and somehow, through deception or misuse of authority, stolen the money from my trust account and taken it for themselves, or far more likely given it to David. I felt physically ill. All those years of struggling, of sacrifice, of quiet resentment suddenly coalesced into a burning sense of profound betrayal. It wasn't just the money, it was the decade of lies, the gaslighting, the fundamental breach of trust by the two people who were supposed to protect and support me. They watched me struggle, knowing they had withheld something that could have eased my burden significantly. They let me believe my grandmother's last gift to me had evaporated when they had made it disappear. I didn't confront them immediately. I needed time to process the sheer scale of the deception. I replayed conversations, looked back at their behavior over the years. It all fit cruelly into place. Their discomfort when the topic of Grandma's will came up, their vague promises to help me out someday, the continued funneling of money to David, while their own finances somehow never seemed to improve. The T. Account number Mr. Henderson gave me. I felt a cold dread. Was it David's? I did more digging. It wasn't easy or ethical, but I was hurting and angry. With some online sleuthing, using details I knew about David's past failed ventures and locations, I managed to find some old, publicly available corporate registration documents for one of his short-lived businesses from around that time. The bank account listed on one of these dormant registrations matched the account number Mr. Henderson had given me as the destination of the trust funds. It wasn't just my parents, it was David too. They had taken my inheritance, the safety net, my grandmother intended only for me, and funneled it into one of David's doomed ventures, likely to help him through whatever crisis he was fabricating then. And they had all kept it a secret, letting me believe the money was gone and watching me work myself to the bone. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever felt. It was a deep, gut-wrenching ache mixed with pure, hot rage. 10 years of my life had been harder than they needed to be because of their actions. 10 years of feeling less than, of questioning why I wasn't worthy of the same support David received, was suddenly illuminated by this monstrous lie. Mom and Dad's 40th wedding anniversary party was scheduled for the following month. They were renting a hall, inviting about 100 people, extended family, their friends, neighbors, colleagues. It was meant to be a big celebration of their life together, their family, their sacrifices for their children. I had already RSVP'd, planning to go and put on a brave face as usual. After my discovery, the thought of sitting there, smiling, listening to toasts about their wonderful parenting and family values, knowing the truth, felt unbearable. I considered confronting them privately again, but my previous attempts to discuss David's issues had always ended with me being shut down or made to feel guilty. A private confrontation about this felt doomed to be met with denial, gaslighting, and minimization. They would twist it, claim I misunderstood, blame Grandma's lawyer, blame the estate, blame me for being ungrateful or greedy. I needed them to understand the gravity of what they had done, and frankly, I wanted them to face some consequence beyond my private anger. The anger festered. The betrayal gnawed at me. I thought about all the times I'd struggled financially, The opportunities I'd missed, the stress I'd endured, while that money, my money, Grandma's gift, had been secretly diverted to my feckless brothers failed. Schemes with my parents' full knowledge and participation. I decided I couldn't let them have their perfect celebration built on a foundation of lies and stolen trust. I didn't meticulously plan a moment, but I knew I needed to say something. I arrived at the party with my partner, Alex, M39, who knew the broad strokes of my family history, but was shocked and furious when I showed him Mr. Henderson's letter and explained my findings. He supported whatever I felt I needed to do. The tea party was in full swing. Music, food, laughter. Mum and Dad were beaming, circulating and accepting congratulations. David and Sarah, his ex oddly, was invited, maintaining some semblance of family unity for the kids, were there with Lily and Tom. Relatives I hadn't seen in years were present. The moment came during the toasts. After a few friends spoke, David got up to give a toast to our parents. He talked about their unwavering support, their generosity, how they had always been there for him through thick and thin, making sacrifices he was only now beginning to understand as a parent himself. He raised his glass, his voice thick with emotion, saying they were the most selfless people he knew. I snapped. All the years of silent resentment, the recent shock and pain, the absolute gall of him standing there praising their selflessness. When I knew the truth, it was too much. As people were clapping, but before Mom and Dad could respond, I stood up from my table. The room was still relatively quiet after David's toast. Everyone looked at me, surprised. I walked towards the front where Mom, Dad and David were standing near the small stage area. Alex had a look of apprehension, but didn't try to stop me. Shy turf for selling the family farm that I inherited and practically ran for the last 30 years. After a major health scare made working it impossible, despite my siblings saying, "I'm destroying our legacy and being greedy." Okay, deep breath. This is going to be incredibly long. I apologize in advance, but there's decades of history packed into this, and I need to get it all out and get some objective perspectives. My family is, well, they're not speaking to me right now, or they're screaming when they are, and I don't know if I'm making the right decision, or if I'm truly the selfish monster they say I am. I'm a man, 48 years old. My younger sister Brenda is 46, and my younger brother Tom is 43. This is about our family farm, a piece of land that's been in our family for over 150 years, passed down through generations. It's not exactly prime real estate. It's rural. Requires a lot of work, and honestly, farming isn't what it used to be financially unless you scale up significantly, which we never could. Our parents, bless them, were traditionalists. The farm was their lifeblood. Growing up, it wasn't a question of if you worked on the farm, but how much. From the moment we were physically able, we were pitching in. Chores before school, field work on weekends, summers were entirely dedicated to it. Planting, harvesting, repairs, livestock. It was relentless. Brenda and Tom frankly hated it. They were brighter in school, had friends off the farm and dreamed of getting away. I didn't hate it as much. I was perhaps less academic, more practical. I found a certain satisfaction in the physical labor, the connection to the land, seeing the results of hard work, even when it was backbreaking. When I was 18 and Brenda and Tom were 16 and 13 respectively, my dad had his first major health scare, complications from years of strenuous work, and maybe not the best lifestyle choices. He couldn't do the heaviest labor anymore. My mom did her best, but she wasn't physically strong enough for everything. This is where things really started shifting. Brenda and Tom used Dad's health as their ticket out of most of the farm work. Brenda focused intensely on school and extracurriculars, talking constantly about college far away. Tom developed a sudden passion for everything not involving dirt and sweat, band, drama club, part-time jobs in town that got him off the farm. I, on the other hand, stepped up. It wasn't explicitly asked of me, not in a formal "you are now the heir" way, but more in an unspoken, expected way. Dad needed help, Mum was overwhelmed, and the farm needed someone. I deferred college for a year, then another, then just never went. The farm needed me. I worked alongside Dad when he could, but increasingly I was the one doing the plowing, the planting, the harvesting, the heavy lifting, the early mornings and late nights. Brenda went off to a prestigious university across the state the moment she graduated. Tom followed a few years later, opting for a state college but still putting significant distance between himself and the farm. They visited maybe a handful of times a year for holidays, usually just for a day or two. When they were home, they expected to relax. Farm work wasn't on their agenda. If I ever asked for help with something urgent during a visit, I'd get eye rolls or complaints about how they were on vacation or didn't come home to work. Meanwhile, I was still there, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, keeping the place afloat. Our parents' financial situation was tied entirely to the farm. It didn't generate a huge profit, just enough to live modestly and keep the operation going. There wasn't money for hired hands, not really. I wasn't paid a wage for decades. My compensation was room and board, and the understanding that this was my future too. Dad would often say things like, "One day, this will all be yours, son," or "You're the one who's keeping the family legacy alive," or "Brenda and Tom have their careers off the farm. This is yours." Mom would echo this, praising me for my dedication and sacrifice, while sighing about how the others had escaped the hard life. Over the years, Brenda built a successful career in finance in a major city. Tom became a teacher and settled down in a town a couple of hours away. They married, had kids. Their lives were completely separate from the farm's reality. They'd call, sure, but the conversations were usually about their lives, their kids' achievements, complaining about city or suburban problems, farm problems, a failed crop, a broken tractor, livestock issues, were met with polite silence or a quick change of subject. Yet they still spoke of the farm with a strange, sentimental attachment, like it was a static postcard from their childhood, not a demanding, living, breathing entity I was struggling daily to maintain. Dad passed away about 5 years ago. His will left the farm entirely to me. Signed, sealed, no ambiguity. Because as he'd always said, I was the one who stayed, the one who worked it, the one who sacrificed my own path to keep it going. Brenda and Tom were left smaller monetary bequests, equal portions of the modest savings my parents had managed to set aside over the years, essentially their share of non-farm assets. You would think this would be clear-cut. It wasn't. The moment the will was read, the atmosphere shifted. Brenda was furious about the farm going solely to me. She argued that it was unfair, that as the firstborn, she should have had a say, or that it should have been split 3 ways. Tom was less overtly angry but quietly resentful, saying it felt like I was getting everything while they got crumbs, conveniently forgetting the decades I'd worked without pay and the life I hadn't pursued. I tried to explain Dad's reasoning, which was also my reasoning. I'd put my entire adult life into this place. They had built careers and lives elsewhere. The farm wasn't divisible property you could just split 3 ways without destroying its function. Selling it then wasn't an option I considered. It was my home, my livelihood, my identity. I offered them access whenever they wanted, offered to help them with anything if they needed. But I wasn't giving up ownership or control after sacrificing everything to keep it going. This caused a massive rift. Holidays became strained, filled with passive-aggressive comments about the landlord or the farm baron. Brenda made snide remarks about the inheritance I'd received, conveniently ignoring the 30 years of literal blood, sweat, and tears that came with it. They seemed to view the farm not as a difficult, low-margin business and a lifestyle of relentless labor, but as a potentially valuable asset that had been unfairly given to one sibling. I continued to run the farm. It was hard. By myself, it was even harder than when Dad was helping. The work physically took its toll. I developed chronic back problems, arthritis in my hands. The hours were insane. I was nearing 50, and the physical demands were becoming unsustainable. I started thinking about the future. I hadn't saved much money because any profit went back into the farm, equipment repairs, feed, taxes, basic living expenses. I had no retirement fund, really. The farm was my retirement plan, in theory. Either keep working until I dropped or eventually sell it to fund my later years. About 6 months ago, I got sick. really sick. It started subtly, then escalated fast. Without going into excessive medical detail, it turned out to be a serious condition requiring immediate intensive treatment and a long, uncertain recovery period involving significant surgery and months of rehabilitation. The doctors were clear. Even if the treatment was successful, I would not be able to return to the physically demanding work of farming for a long time, perhaps ever, depending on the long-term outcome and complications. This was a brutal wake-up call. Not only was my health in jeopardy, but my entire life plan was suddenly impossible. I couldn't run the farm while undergoing treatment and recovery. There was no one else to step in. Brenda and Tom lived hours away, had their own lives, and zero interest or experience in actually running a farm. Hiring a manager isn't feasible for a small operation like ours. The margins aren't there. Leasing the land was an option, but it would barely cover the property taxes and insurance, let alone provide me with income during my recovery when I couldn't work at all. Plus, leasing often means a tenant farmer runs it down, and I couldn't stomach seeing the land I'd poured my life into neglected. The only viable option, the only way to ensure I had funds for medical expenses, even with insurance, there are co-pays, deductibles, therapy costs, medication, and basic living expenses during an extended period of inability to work, and to provide some kind of financial security for a future where I couldn't farm, was to sell the farm. It was the hardest decision of my life. This land wasn't just property. It was my history, my family's history, the embodiment of my parents and my own life's work. It felt like selling a part of my soul. But facing potentially catastrophic medical bills and no income, with no other safety net, the choice was stark. Keep the legacy and potentially face financial ruin while gravely ill, or sell it to literally survive and fund my future medical needs and living expenses. I contacted a real estate agent who specializes in rural properties. Farms this size in our area aren't easy to sell, but there was interest from a developer looking to build some houses on the non-arable parts and maybe keep a small portion for hobby farming. The offer was fair, reflecting the market value. It wasn't a windfall, but it was enough to cover medical costs, pay off the small existing farm debt, and leave me with a modest amount to live on while I recover and figure out what I can do next. Before accepting the offer, I called Brenda and Tom. I explained my diagnosis, the severity of my condition, the need for treatment, and the prognosis regarding my ability to work. I explained that I couldn't run the farm anymore and detailed why selling was the only option that made financial sense for my survival and future security. I was gentle. I was vulnerable. I shared my fear and uncertainty. I thought maybe, just maybe, this serious health crisis would put things in perspective for them, that they would see the impossible position I was in. I was wrong. Brenda's immediate reaction wasn't concern for my health. It was anger. Sell the farm? How dare you? That's our family history. You can't just sell it to some developer, I tried to explain again. Brenda, I'm sick. I might not be able to work for a year, maybe more. I have no income if I don't farm. I have medical bills, I have to live. So, lease it, get someone else to run it, she shot back, completely ignoring the financial viability issue I'd just explained. Or we can figure something out. We're family. Figure what out, Brenda? I asked, perhaps a bit sharper than I intended. Are you going to quit your job in the city and come run the farm? Are you going to send me a check every month to cover my living expenses and medical bills? Because leasing won't cover it and I can't physically do it myself anymore. She was quiet for a second, then her voice went cold. You're being dramatic and greedy. You just want to cash out on what Dad gave you and not have to worry about us. This was meant to stay in the family. It's our legacy. Tom wasn't much better. He focused more on the money. So you're just going to take all that money? What about us? We're family. That land is worth a lot. I was floored. Tom, I worked this land for 30 years for nothing but room and board. This isn't some passive investment I've been sitting on. It's my life's work. And now it's the only asset I have to fund my survival because I'm sick. What about you? You've had your careers, saved your money, built your lives. I haven't had that luxury. But it's family land, he insisted. It should benefit the whole family, not just you getting rich. Rich? I almost laughed. It was so absurd. Tom, after taxes, agent fees, paying off the farm debt, and setting aside money for medical treatment and living expenses for likely a year or more, I am not going to be rich. I'll be financially stable enough not to go bankrupt while I fight this illness and try to figure out how I can even earn a living going forward. The money is what I earned by putting my life into that farm, and it's money I need to survive. The conversation devolved from there into accusations. I was called selfish, a traitor, a destroyer of heritage, greedy, uncaring. They accused me of waiting until Dad was gone to pull this stunt. They claimed Dad never really meant for me to sell it, that he just gave it to me to continue the farming tradition, not to liquidate it. They conveniently forgot all the times. They refused to help. All the times they talked about how glad they were to escape the farm life. All the years I ran it alone, they demanded a share of the sale money. Brenda said it should be split 3 ways like the savings accounts were. Tom suggested I take a smaller portion and split the rest. I refused. I explained again that this money wasn't profit from an investment. It was the liquidation of my sole asset, the culmination of my life's labor, necessary for my immediate and future well-being, because I was literally physically unable to sustain myself otherwise. This wasn't about getting rich. It was about not ending up destitute while fighting a serious illness. The final blow-up happened a week ago. I had accepted the developer's offer, and the sale is now pending, with closing within a couple of months. I called them to let them know the sale was proceeding, and that they should come collect any sentimental items from the farmhouse or barns they wanted before I started packing. They interpreted this as a final act of defiance. Brenda sent me a blistering email, CCing several other relatives, cousins, aunts, uncles, accusing me of acting unilaterally, destroying their birthright, and being the most callous person she knows. She wrote that our parents would be ashamed of me, that I was prioritizing money over family and history. She reiterated that she and Tom were entitled to a share of the sale because the farm belongs to the family, not just one person, regardless of what the will said or how much work I'd done. Tom called, and while less articulate than Brenda, his message was the same: betrayal, unfairness, demands for money. He even suggested that if I didn't give them a significant cut, they would contest the will, which is baseless, as the will is clear and Dad was of sound mind, and this is about the sale of an asset left to me, not about how the will was executed. Several relatives who were CC'd on Brenda's email have contacted me. Some are sympathetic, understanding that my health comes first and I can't keep the farm going. Others, however, clearly influenced by Brenda and Tom's narrative, are questioning me. They're saying things like, "Isn't there another way?" Or, "Your sister is very upset. Maybe you should listen to her," or even suggesting that perhaps I am being unfair, that the farm was a family asset and I should share the proceeds, regardless of my health. I am now scheduled for major surgery in a few weeks, followed by months of recovery and therapy. I am stressed beyond belief, not just about the health crisis, but about this family war that has erupted. I genuinely believed I was making the only possible responsible decision for my future. Given my health and financial situation, I dedicated my aita for refusing to give my estranged wealthy sibling half of the family home I inherited, after spending a decade as our mother's primary caregiver, which they are now demanding because they claim I manipulated her and that my inheritance is unfair given their financial success, throwaway account because the fallout is immense, and frankly, I'm terrified of the legal and emotional repercussions. This is going to be incredibly long, detailing years of backstory, because frankly, without all the context, I don't think anyone can fully grasp the complexity of the situation or offer informed judgment. Let's start with introductions. I, 42F, calling myself Alex for this, am the younger of 2 children. My older sibling, Cameron, 46, goes by gender-neutral pronouns, but for clarity in describing our dynamic, let's just say they've always been the more conventionally driven and successful. One left our hometown right after college. I stayed. Our parents, Mom and Dad, lived in the same modest but deeply loved and historically significant to our family house they bought right after they got married. Dad passed away about 15 years ago. Mom, bless her heart, was fiercely independent. but started showing signs of needing more help about 10 years ago, around the time she turned 75. She had a history of heart issues and later developed increasing mobility problems and early-stage dementia that gradually worsened. When Dad died, Cameron lived across the country. They flew in for the funeral, stayed for a few days, offered condolences, and then flew out. I was living in an apartment about 30 minutes away at the time. Mom was lonely, understandably, but insisted she was fine on her own. For the first few years after Dad passed, it was manageable. I'd call her daily, visit a couple times a week, help with groceries, small repairs, bills. Cameron would call maybe once a week, sometimes less, send a nice card on holidays, or order flowers. They sent a generous sum of money right after Dad, passed ostensibly for immediate expenses, though Mom didn't really need it. Dad had left her reasonably comfortable, though certainly not wealthy. Fast forward to about 10 years ago. Mom had a bad fall, broke her hip. It was the turning point. After surgery and rehab, she could walk again with a walker, but she was never the same. Her physical decline accelerated, and the cognitive issues became more apparent, though still relatively mild then. It became clear she couldn't live alone safely much longer. This is where the roles solidified. Cameron was in a high-powered, demanding career on the other side of the country. They were doing exceptionally well financially. Big house, nice cars, exotic vacations. They called after Mom's fall and suggested options: assisted living, a live-in caregiver, or one of us living with her. Assisted living was immediately vetoed by Mom. She refused to leave her home. A live-in caregiver was prohibitively expensive for Mom's finances, and frankly, she was resistant to the idea of a stranger. That left one of us moving in. Cameron was emphatic that they couldn't possibly move back. Their life, their career, their partner, it was all established there. Moving would mean a massive disruption, potentially career suicide, etc., etc., all valid points from their perspective. I, on the other hand, had a stable but less demanding or lucrative job, office admin, no partner at the time, and was already living relatively close. The unspoken and later explicit expectation was that I would be the one to move in. It wasn't an easy decision for me. I wasn't thrilled about putting my life on hold, giving up my own space and independence, and taking on the role of full-time caregiver. But Mom needed help, and I felt a strong sense of duty and love. Plus, the alternative seemed to be forcing her into a situation she dreaded, or hiring care she couldn't afford, potentially burning through her savings rapidly. So, I agreed. I moved back into my childhood bedroom in the family home. For the next decade, my life effectively became Mom's life. In the beginning, it was mostly about being there. Company, cooking, cleaning, managing her medications, driving her to appointments, helping her with mobility. My job became part-time. Then eventually I had to leave it entirely as Mom's needs increased, first to focus on caregiving, and later because the dementia made it impossible to leave her alone for more than short periods. My own modest savings dwindled. I basically lived off Mom's pension and Dad's small residual savings, which were directed towards household expenses and her escalating medical costs. There wasn't much left over for me. Cameron's involvement during these years was minimal, at least in terms of physical presence or hands-on care. They would call Mom once or twice a week. They'd visit maybe once or twice a year for a few days, usually around holidays. These visits were often stressful. Cameron, used to a different pace of life, seemed impatient with Mom's slowness and confusion. They'd offer unsolicited advice about her care. Have you tried this supplement? She needs to exercise more. Why isn't the house cleaner? Which often felt like criticism of me. They'd bring expensive gifts, which Mom barely registered with her dementia, or send money occasionally, $500 here, $1,000 there. While appreciated for expenses, these sums didn't come close to covering the opportunity cost I was incurring, nor did they alleviate the daily, relentless burden of care. We had conversations about finances over the years. I explained that I had no income, that Mum's money was tight with the care needs, and that my own future was feeling precarious. Cameron acknowledged this, sometimes saying things like, "We'll figure something out down the road," or "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're okay." but nothing concrete was ever put in place. I didn't push too hard, focused as I was on just getting through each day with Mom. I trusted my sibling would do the right thing eventually. Maybe that was naive. Mom's dementia worsened significantly in the last couple of years. She needed 24/7 supervision. She was often confused, sometimes agitated. There were nights she wouldn't sleep, meaning I didn't sleep. There were challenging behaviors that required immense patience and strength. It was physically and emotionally exhausting in a way I cannot adequately describe. I became isolated, my social life non-existent. Friends drifted away because I could never leave the house or was too tired to socialize. My entire identity became Alex, Mum's caregiver. Cameron's calls became less frequent as Mum's ability to converse declined. Their visits, when they happened, were shorter. They seemed uncomfortable with the reality of Mum's advanced state. I remember one visit about 3 years ago. Cameron commented on how tired I looked and how hard it must be. I broke down little, admitting how overwhelmed I was. Cameron awkwardly patted my shoulder and said, "Yeah, well, hopefully, things improve," which was a nonsensical thing to say about progressive dementia, but I think they just wanted to escape the reality of it. They also made a comment about how expensive things were getting, and maybe it was time to consider other arrangements, hinting at nursing homes again, which I knew Mum would still have vehemently opposed, even if she could express it clearly. I reminded them of her wishes and her finances, and the conversation was dropped. We never explicitly discussed the will until after Mum was gone. Dad's will had been simple, everything to Mum. Mum's will I knew existed, and our family lawyer had drawn it up years ago, before her health declined significantly. I wasn't privy to the contents, and frankly, during the caregiving years, I had bigger things to worry about. Mom passed away peacefully at home a few months ago. It was, despite the heartbreak, also a release after years of watching her decline and the intense demands of caregiving. Cameron flew in for the funeral. They seemed genuinely sad, but also, I sensed, somewhat detached from the day-to-day reality of her last years. They handled some of the administrative tasks related to the funeral home and obituary, which I appreciated, because I was just numb with exhaustion and grief. After the funeral, the lawyer, Mr. Harrison, a family friend who handled Dad's estate, contacted us to read the will. Alex and Cameron met with him. It was straightforward. After a few minor bequests to charities and some distant relatives, the will left the entire residue of her estate to me, Alex. The main asset was the house. There was very little cash left after covering some final expenses. Cameron was blindsided. They were visibly shocked, then angry. "What do you mean, everything to Alex? What about me?" Mr. Harrison calmly explained the will was last updated about 12 years ago, shortly after Dad died and before Mom's major health decline. It stated clearly, "All remaining assets, real and personal, to my daughter Alex," my full name. Cameron immediately turned to me, eyes blazing. You did this, didn't you? You manipulated her. You were there, whispering in her ear for years, while I was busting my ass building a life and sending money." I was stunned. Manipulated her? Cameron, what are you talking about? The will was written before she got really sick, before I even moved in. And I wasn't whispering anything. I was taking care of her day in and day out. Cameron wouldn't listen. "Oh, please. You think I don't know how this works? You were the dutiful child, conveniently living here, making yourself indispensable. Of course, she'd favor you. It's not fair. I'm her child too. I contributed. I sent her money." "You sent money a few times a year, Cameron. Do you have any idea what it cost, not just in dollars, but in my life, my health, my potential, to be her full-time caregiver for 10 years? I haven't earned a salary in 7 years. My career is gone. My savings are gone. My social life is gone. I slept on an air mattress in the living room for months when her dementia was bad because she'd wander at night. I changed her adult diapers. I cleaned up after her when she was sick. I lifted her when she fell. I fought with doctors and insurance companies. Where were you, Cameron, calling from your fancy office or sending a Hallmark card? And what about the money I sent? That helped pay for things, didn't it?" Cameron retorted, completely avoiding the caregiving aspect. "That house is worth money, Alex, a lot of money. Our parents' legacy. It shouldn't all go to you just because you played Florence Nightingale for a few years." played Florence Nightingale. I was yelling now, my voice shaking with years of suppressed frustration and pain. I was her caregiver. It wasn't playing, it was my life. I took a breath, trying to calm myself. Look, Cameron, the will is the will. It's what Mom wanted. Maybe she wrote it that way back then, thinking about who would be there for her, or maybe she just decided that's how she wanted it divided before any of this happened. I don't know her exact reasoning from 12 years ago, but it was her decision documented legally. It's not fair, Cameron repeated, circling back to their core complaint. You're getting a house worth potentially $500,000 or more. In this market, I'm getting nothing of substance from our parents' estate. I'm successful, yes, but that doesn't mean I don't deserve an inheritance. That's family money, family history. Cameron, I said, trying a different approach, you have a multi-million-dollar net worth. You own multiple properties. You have a thriving career. I have literally nothing but the clothes on my back, Mom's old furniture, this house, and years of experience wiping butts and managing medication schedules. This house isn't just an asset to me. It's my only security, my only potential source of future income after I figure out how to re-enter the workforce after a decade away from everything. It's also the only place I have to live now. So, sell. It, Cameron shot back. We'll split the money. You can buy a smaller place and I can use my share for whatever I want. It's only fair. 50-50. That's how siblings should inherit. This demand floored me. Sell it. Cameron, this is home. I've lived here for the last 10 years, making it safe and comfortable for Mom. This is where Dad died, where we grew up. And beyond the sentimental value, it's my only asset. If I sell it and give you half, I won't have enough money to buy anything decent in this area, especially after taxes and fees. I'd be functionally homeless or have to move somewhere I know no one and start completely from scratch with no job prospects. That's not my problem, Cameron said, their voice rising again. Your choices during Mum's life shouldn't dictate my inheritance. This is about Mom and Dad's legacy, and it should be shared equally, regardless of what you did or didn't do or what I have or don't have. The will must be wrong or outdated or influenced. The lawyer interjected, calmly stating that the will appeared valid and wasn't obviously subject to challenge based on undue influence, especially given its age. He advised Cameron to consult with their own lawyer if they wished to explore options, but cautioned that contesting a will is expensive and often unsuccessful, particularly with solid documentation like this. The meeting ended acrimoniously. Cameron left, slamming the door, saying they would see me in court and that I was a greedy, manipulative leech who had used Mum's illness to secure my future at their expense. Since then, Cameron has cut off all contact with me. They've apparently been talking to other family members, cousins, aunts, uncles, and spinning a narrative about how I took advantage of Mom's declining health to get her to change her will, even though the will predates the severe decline and predates me moving in, a fact I keep repeating but they ignore, and how I'm now selfishly keeping their rightful inheritance. Some family members, who also live far away and haven't seen the reality of the caregiving situation firsthand, seem to be listening to Cameron's side, offering lukewarm support to me while expressing vague sentiments about fairness and siblings sticking together. I'm heartbroken by Cameron's accusations and behavior. Beyond the financial and legal stress, the idea that they think I spent 10 years of my life caring for our mother out of some calculated plan to inherit her modest house is deeply, deeply insulting. I loved Mom. I cared for her because she needed me, and I was the only one in a position to do it, and I did it out of love and a sense of responsibility. Yes, I hoped Mom would ensure I wasn't left destitute, but I never discussed the will with her or pressured her about it. Frankly, I was too busy trying to keep her safe and comfortable. Now I'm in an awful position. I have the house, which represents years of sacrifice and is my only asset, my home, and my potential future security. But keeping it means being estranged from my only sibling, facing their potential legal challenges which I don't have the funds to easily defend, and being painted as the villain to extended family who don't know the full story. Giving Cameron half would likely leave me unable to afford a place to live and still struggling financially after sacrificing my prime earning years. I feel like I'm being punished for being the child who showed up and did the hard, unpaid work, while the wealthy sibling who did very little is demanding half of the only significant asset left, framing it as an issue of abstract fairness or equal inheritance, rather than acknowledging the decade of unequal contribution. Aita for assuming my roommate's girlfriend was freeloading and confronting her about it, only to find out she's a millionaire with a weird spending habit. I, 28M, live with two roommates, Rachel, 27F, and Mike, 29M, in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. We all get along pretty well and we've had our fair share of house parties and gatherings. Recently, Mike started dating this girl, Sophia, 26F, and she's been spending a lot of time at our place. At first, Sophia seemed nice enough. She'd cook dinner for us sometimes, and we'd chat about our lives. However, as time went on, I started to notice that she was always forgetting her wallet or saying she was waiting for her paycheck to get some cash. She'd asked to borrow money from Mike or us to buy groceries or pay for Uber rides. I didn't think much of it, assuming she was just going through a tough time. But as the weeks went by, Sophia's behavior became more frequent and blatant. She'd order takeout and have it delivered to our place, and when we'd ask her to pay for her share, she'd say she was good for it, or that she'd pay next time. She'd also use our household items, like toilet paper and laundry detergent, without replacing them. I started to feel like Sophia was taking advantage of our hospitality. I'd see Mike giving her money or buying her stuff, and I assumed he was enabling her. I talked to Rachel about it and she shared my concerns. We both thought Sophia was freeloading off Mike, and by extension us. Last weekend Sophia was over again, and she asked Mike to lend her $20 for an emergency coffee date with her friends. Mike hesitated, but eventually handed over the cash. That's when I decided to confront Sophia. I called her out on her behavior, saying, "Hey Sophia, can I talk to you for a sec? I've noticed you've been borrowing money and not paying us back. It's starting to feel like you're taking advantage of our kindness." Sophia looked taken aback, but I continued, "I get that everyone has bad days, but it's been weeks and it's getting old." Sophia's expression changed from surprise to defensive. She said, "I'm not freeloading off anyone, I'm just going through a weird financial situation." I pressed her for more information, but she brushed me off, saying it was personal. I didn't back down and we had a bit of a heated exchange. Mike intervened, telling me to calm down, but I was firm in my stance. Sophia stormed out of the apartment, saying she needed some space. The next day, Mike told me that Sophia was furious with me and felt I was being judgmental and nosy. Mike asked me to apologize, but I refused, saying I was just standing up for our household's well-being. Fast forward to yesterday, when Sophia came over to clear the air. She brought a weird antique-looking coffee table as a peace offering and started explaining her financial situation. It turned out that Sophia is a millionaire, having inherited a large sum from her family. However, she's been going through a phase where she refuses to spend her own money as a personal challenge to herself. Apparently, Sophia's family had always been very wealthy, and she never had to worry about money. As a result, she's been trying to see how long she can survive without spending a single penny from her own pocket. She's been living off others, using their resources, and relying on their kindness to get by. It's some sort of bizarre, ascetic experiment, and Mike is fully aware of it and has been supporting her. I was stunned. I had no idea Sophia was a millionaire, and I felt like a total jerk for confronting her. I apologized profusely, but Sophia just laughed it off, saying she understood where I was coming from. Mike, however, was not happy with me. He said I was overstepping and that I should have just minded my own business. Now I'm left wondering if I was in the wrong. Aita for assuming Sophia was freeloading and confronting her about it, or was I justified in standing up for our household's well-being? Edit. I should add that Sophia has since started contributing to the household expenses and has even paid back the money she borrowed from us. She's still going through with her challenge, but she's being more considerate of others. Mike and I had a talk, and we've agreed to set some boundaries with Sophia's behavior. Edit 2. I've been getting a lot of comments saying that I was judgmental and nosy. I understand that now, and I'm trying to be more mindful of that in the future. However, I'd like to hear from you, Reddit. Was I in the wrong or was I justified in confronting Sophia? Aita for kicking my roommate out after they reorganized my stuff and didn't tell me for weeks. I, 28 mem, live with 2 roommates, Rachel, 26F, and Mike, 29 mem, in a 3-bedroom apartment. We've been living together for about a year and a half, and things have been mostly fine. We're all pretty chill and respectful of each other's space. Last weekend, I was going through a tough time at work and was feeling pretty overwhelmed. I spent most of Saturday in my room trying to catch up on some projects and relax. When I finally emerged on Sunday afternoon, I was shocked to see that my room had been reorganized. At first I thought maybe Mike had come in and messed with my stuff, but then I saw that Rachel had moved some of my decorative items to different shelves. I was confused and a bit annoyed, but I wasn't too upset. I figured maybe she had been trying to help or something, but as I started to dig deeper, I realized that she had done a lot more than just move a few things around. She had gone through my entire closet and reorganized my clothes, shoes, and accessories. She had also gone through my dresser and rearranged my underwear and socks. I was getting more and more annoyed as I saw that she had even touched my sentimental stuff, like the pictures on my nightstand. I felt like she had invaded my personal space and disrespected my boundaries. I was furious. I immediately texted her and asked her to come talk to me. When she came into my room, I asked her why she had done all of this without asking me. She just shrugged and said that she was trying to help and that my room was a mess. She claimed that she had been trying to improve my space and make it more efficient. I was taken aback by her nonchalance. I told her that I didn't appreciate her going through my stuff without my permission and that it made me feel uncomfortable and disrespected. She just rolled her eyes and said that I was being too sensitive. She claimed that she had been doing it for my own good and that I should be grateful. That's when things escalated. I told her that I didn't want her touching my stuff again and that if she did, I would kick her out. She laughed and said that I couldn't do that because we had a signed lease together. I felt my anger boiling over, and I realized that I had had enough of living with someone who didn't respect my boundaries. I told her that I was giving her an ultimatum. Either she could move out within the next 2 weeks, or I would start looking for a new place to live. Rachel was taken aback, and for a moment I thought she was going to apologize and try to make things right. But then she just got defensive again, saying that I was being unreasonable and that I was overreacting. She stormed out of my room, leaving me feeling frustrated and angry. The next day, Mike came to me and asked what had happened. I told him the whole story, and he was sympathetic. He said that he had had no idea that Rachel had been going through my stuff and that he thought she had been out of line. He offered to mediate a conversation between us, but I told him that I didn't think it was worth it. As the days went by, Rachel barely spoke to me. She just went about her business, acting like nothing had happened. I started to look for a new roommate, and I found someone who is interested in moving in as soon as Rachel leaves. Now, Rachel is claiming that I'm being vindictive and unfair. She's saying that I should just calm down and get over it. But I don't think I can just get over it. I feel like she disrespected me and invaded my personal space. So Reddit, aita for kicking Rachel out. Was I too harsh, or was she out of line for going through my stuff without my permission? Edit. I should add that Rachel has a history of being a bit nosy and invasive. She's always been a bit too curious about other people's business, and she's often accidentally walked in on me or Mike when we're changing or in the bathroom. It's always been a bit of a running joke between Mike and me, but I never thought it was a big deal until now. Edit 2. I also want to add that I've been feeling pretty overwhelmed and stressed out lately, and this whole situation has just added to my anxiety. I'm not sure if I'm being too sensitive or if I'm just finally standing up for myself.
Aita for hiding my brother's affair from his wife until I could gather enough evidence to destroy him in their divorce. This is going to be long and messy, but I need to know if I did the right thing or if I'm a terrible person. My family is completely fractured and everyone has different opinions about what I should have done. Some people are calling me a hero. Others are saying I'm vindictive and manipulative. I'm 29F, and this involves my older brother, Jason 33M, and his wife Kelly 31F. Jason and Kelly have been married for 6 years and have 2 kids together, Emma 5F and Lucas 3M. Kelly is honestly one of the best people I know. She's kind, generous, an amazing mother, and she's been more of a sister to me than Jason has been a brother in recent years. Jason and I have a complicated relationship. Growing up, he was the golden child who could do no wrong, while I was constantly criticized for not being more like him. He's always been charming and charismatic, but underneath that charm, he's selfish and manipulative. Our parents still think he's perfect, but I've seen his true nature my entire life. When Jason married Kelly, I was genuinely happy because I thought she might be good for him. Kelly brought out his better qualities, and for a few years, he seemed like he was actually becoming a decent person. She supported his career, took care of everything at home, and was always encouraging him to be the best version of himself. But about 2 years ago, Jason got a promotion at his marketing firm that required him to travel frequently. He started working longer hours, going on more business trips, and generally being away from home a lot more. Kelly was essentially raising their 2 young children as a single parent while working her own full-time job as a nurse. I started noticing changes in Jason around this time. He became more secretive about his phone. He started dressing better and working out obsessively, and he began making comments about how boring married life was and how he missed being young and free. The first real red flag was when I saw Jason at a restaurant with a woman I didn't recognize about 8 months ago. They were sitting close together, laughing, and she was touching his arm in a way that definitely wasn't professional. When he saw me, he looked panicked and quickly introduced her as a new colleague and said they were discussing a project. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I mentioned it casually to Kelly the next week. She said Jason had never mentioned working closely with any female colleagues on projects, which struck me as odd. Over the next few months, I started paying more attention to Jason's behavior. He was constantly on his phone, he'd take calls in private, and he started going on work trips that seemed suspicious. Kelly mentioned that he'd been distant and that their intimacy had decreased significantly, but she attributed it to work stress. The breaking point came 4 months ago, when I was picking up my niece and nephew for a sleepover. Kelly was working a double shift at the hospital, and Jason was supposed to be on a business trip in Chicago. But when I got to their house, Jason's car was in the driveway. I used my key to go inside. Kelly had given me one for emergencies and found Jason in the living room with the same woman from the restaurant. They were half-dressed and clearly had been intimate on the couch, where his children watch cartoons every morning. Jason was mortified when he saw me. The woman grabbed her clothes and ran upstairs to get dressed. Jason started immediately making excuses, saying it wasn't what it looked like and that they were just talking and things had gotten out of hand. I was furious. I told Jason he was disgusting and that Kelly deserved to know what kind of man she was married to. I said I was going to tell her everything, and Jason begged me not to. He said it was a one-time mistake and that he would end it immediately if I didn't tell Kelly. But here's where my decision gets controversial. Instead of telling Kelly right away, I decided to investigate further and gather evidence first. I had watched enough true crime shows and divorce court to know that if Kelly was going to divorce Jason, she needed to be in the strongest possible position. Jason makes significantly more money than Kelly. They own a house together, and there are custody considerations for the kids. I knew that if Kelly was going to leave him, she needed proof that would hold up legally and financially. So I started documenting everything. I followed Jason on several occasions and took photos of him with his mistress. I found out her name was Amanda and that she worked at his company, but in a different department. I discovered they had been having an affair for at least 6 months, possibly longer. I also started paying attention to Jason's finances. I had access to some of his information because I had helped him set up online banking years ago, and he had never changed his passwords. I found evidence that he had been spending significant amounts of money on his affair, expensive dinners, hotel rooms, jewelry, and even a weekend trip to Napa Valley that he had told Kelly was a work conference. But the most damning evidence I found was that Jason had been using money from Emma and Lucas's college funds to pay for his affair expenses. He had withdrawn thousands of dollars from accounts that were supposed to be untouchable savings for his children's education. I was sickened by this discovery. It was one thing to cheat on Kelly, but stealing from his own children's future to fund his affair was unforgivable. I spent 3 months gathering evidence. I documented dates, times, locations, and financial transactions. I took photos and screenshots of everything. I even managed to record a conversation between Jason and Amanda where they talked about their relationship and made cruel comments about Kelly being clueless and boring. During this time, I had to watch Kelly suffer in silence. She knew something was wrong with their marriage, but couldn't figure out what. She kept asking me if I thought Jason was unhappy, if I had noticed any changes in his behavior, if I thought they needed marriage counseling. It was torture to lie to her, but I convinced myself that I was protecting her by building a case that would give her the best possible outcome in a divorce. I told myself that 3 months of lies were worth it if it meant Kelly would get custody of the kids and the financial support she deserved. But Kelly was getting more suspicious on her own. She started asking Jason direct questions about his whereabouts, checking his phone when she could, and even called his office a few times to verify his work schedule. Jason was getting sloppy with his lies, and Kelly was getting better at catching them. 2 weeks ago, Kelly came to me in tears. She said she was almost certain Jason was having an affair, but she didn't have proof and didn't know what to do. She said she was scared to confront him without evidence because he was so good at making her feel like she was crazy and paranoid. That's when I realized I had to tell her everything. I invited Kelly over to my apartment and told her I had something important to show her. I laid out all the evidence I had gathered over the past 3 months. Photos of Jason with Amanda, screenshots of his financial transactions, recordings of their conversations, bank statements showing the money he had stolen from the kids' college funds. Kelly's reaction was devastating. She went through shock, denial, anger, and grief all at the same time. She couldn't believe the extent of Jason's betrayal, especially the fact that he had stolen money meant for their children. But then she asked the question I had been dreading. How long have you known about this? I told her the truth, that I had known for 3 months and had been gathering evidence to help her case in the divorce. I explained that I wanted to make sure she had everything she needed to protect herself and the kids, financially and legally. Kelly stared at me for a long moment, and then she said, "You let me suffer for 3 months thinking I was going crazy, when you knew the whole time that I was right." I tried to explain my reasoning, but Kelly was hurt and angry. She said that while she appreciated the evidence, she felt betrayed that I had watched her pain and confusion for months without telling her the truth. She said I had taken away her right to make her own decisions about her marriage and her timeline for dealing with the situation. Kelly did file for divorce, using all the evidence I had gathered. Her lawyer said it was one of the most comprehensive cases of marital misconduct they had ever seen, and that Kelly would likely get everything she asked for in terms of custody and financial support. But the fallout in my family has been intense. Jason is furious with me and is telling everyone that I destroyed his family and ruined his life out of jealousy and spite. He's claiming that the affair was ending anyway and that Kelly and I conspired against him to take his children and his money. My parents are divided. My mother thinks I did the right thing by protecting Kelly and the kids, but my father is angry with me for interfering in Jason's marriage and thinks I should have stayed out of it or told Kelly immediately instead of playing detective. Jason's friends and some extended family members think I'm vindictive and that I went too far by secretly gathering evidence for months. They're saying I was obsessed with destroying Jason and that I manipulated the situation to hurt him as much as possible. But Kelly's friends and family think I'm a hero. Kelly's mother told me I was an angel for protecting her daughter and grandchildren. Kelly's sister said I was the best sister-in-law in the world for going to such lengths to help Kelly. The kids are staying with Kelly during the separation, and Jason has supervised visitation. The evidence I gathered has made it very difficult for him to argue for joint custody, especially given that he stole money from their college funds. Amanda was fired from Jason's company. When HR found out about their affair, they have a strict policy about relationships between employees. Jason is facing potential disciplinary action at work as well, since some of his business trips were actually personal trips with Amanda that he charged to the company. Kelly is doing better now that she knows the truth, but she's still hurt that I kept the secret for so long. She's grateful for the evidence and says it's made her divorce process much easier, but she wishes I had trusted her to handle the situation on her own timeline. Jason has been trying to reach out to me, alternating between begging for forgiveness and screaming at me for ruining his life. He says he made mistakes, but that I destroyed everything by being so thorough in documenting his affair. I've been in therapy trying to process all of this. My therapist says my instinct to protect Kelly was good, but that I may have crossed some boundaries by secretly investigating Jason for months without Kelly's knowledge or consent. The thing is, I don't regret gathering the evidence. Kelly is going to get custody of her kids and the financial support she needs to rebuild her life. Jason can't manipulate the situation or gaslight Kelly into thinking she's imagining things. The truth is out there with proof that can't be denied. But I do regret keeping the secret from Kelly for so long. I can see now that watching her suffer while I played detective was cruel, even if my intentions were good. She deserved to know the truth immediately so she could make her own choices about how to handle it. I also wonder if I was partially motivated by revenge against Jason. I've resented him my whole life for being the golden child, and maybe part of me enjoyed having the power to destroy his perfect image. Maybe I was more interested in punishing Jason than I was in protecting Kelly. The divorce proceedings are ongoing, and it looks like Kelly will get everything she's asking for. Jason will have to pay significant alimony and child support, and he'll likely only get limited visitation with the kids until he completes counseling and proves he's a stable parent. But my relationship with Jason is permanently destroyed. He's told our parents that he never wants to see me again and that I'm dead to him. Some of our extended family has taken his side and thinks I went too far in my investigation. Kelly and I are still close, but there's a tension that wasn't there before. She's grateful for what I did, but she's also hurt that I didn't trust her enough to tell her the truth immediately. She says she understands my reasoning, but that she wishes I had given her the choice about how to handle the situation. I keep going back and forth about whether I did the right thing. On one hand, I protected Kelly and the kids from a man who was stealing from them and living a double life. On the other hand, I violated Kelly's autonomy by making decisions about her life without her knowledge. Maybe I should have told Kelly immediately and then helped her gather evidence if she wanted to. Maybe I should have confronted Jason directly and given him an ultimatum. Maybe I should have stayed out of it entirely and let Kelly figure things out on her own. But I also think about what would have happened if I hadn't intervened. Jason might have continued his affair indefinitely, continuing to steal from his children's college funds and gaslight Kelly into thinking she was paranoid. Kelly might have suffered for months or years longer before discovering the truth on her own. The evidence I gathered has made Kelly's divorce much easier and more favorable for her. Without it, Jason might have been able to deny the affair, hide his financial misconduct, and manipulate the custody arrangement. Kelly might have gotten a much worse outcome in the divorce. So Reddit, aita, did I do the right thing by secretly gathering evidence of my brother's affair to help his wife in their divorce? Or did I violate Kelly's trust by keeping the secret for months while I played detective? Should I have told Kelly immediately, or was I right to build a strong case first? I honestly don't know if I'm a protective sister-in-law who went too far, or a vindictive sister who used Kelly's situation as an excuse to destroy my brother. I need outside perspectives because I'm drowning in conflicting emotions and opinions from my family. Update: Kelly's lawyer called her today. Jason has agreed to all of her terms for the divorce settlement rather than go to court. She's getting the house, primary custody, and significant financial support. The evidence was apparently so damning that Jason's lawyer advised him not to fight it. EDIT. People keep asking if I was motivated by revenge against Jason. Honestly, probably partially. I've resented him for years, and having the power to expose his lies was probably satisfying on some level. But I also genuinely wanted to protect Kelly and the kids. Edit 2. Yes, I know I should have told Kelly immediately. I can see now that keeping the secret for months was wrong, even if my intentions were good. I was trying to help for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she uninvited my girlfriend by taking away her choice about how to handle the situation. My main Reddit. I'm 28M, genuinely confused about whether I'm being reasonable or if I'm the arsehole here, so I need some outside perspective. My sister, Emma 26F, is getting married to her fiancé, Jake 29M, in 2 months. They've been together for 4 years and got engaged last Christmas. I've always had a good relationship with Emma. We were only 2 years apart and grew up pretty close, despite the usual sibling rivalries. Jake seems like a decent guy, though we've never been particularly close. The issue started about 8 months ago, when I began dating my girlfriend, Sarah, to 5F. Sarah and I met through mutual friends at a board game night, and we just clicked immediately. She's incredibly smart, funny, and kind. Honestly, I think she might be the one. We've been living together for the past 3 months, and things are going really well now. Here's where it gets complicated. Sarah happens to be Jake's ex-girlfriend from college. They dated for about 2 years when they were 19 to 21. Broke up amicably when they graduated and went to different cities for work, and hadn't spoken in over 5 years when Sarah and I met. Neither Sarah nor I knew about the connection initially. Jake has a pretty common name, and Sarah had only mentioned her college boyfriend, Jake. In passing, maybe once or twice, in casual conversation about past relationships. The truth came out about 6 months ago at Emma's birthday party. Sarah and I had been dating for 2 months at that point, and it was the first family event I was bringing her to. The moment Jake saw Sarah walk in, his face went completely white. Emma noticed immediately and asked what was wrong. Jake pulled Emma aside, and within minutes, Emma was asking to speak with me privately. Emma was upset, to put it mildly. She accused me of deliberately seeking out Jake's ex to cause drama and said it was weird and inappropriate for me to be dating her fiancé's ex-girlfriend. I tried to explain that neither Sarah nor I had any idea about the connection, that it was a complete coincidence, and that Sarah and Jake had ended things on good terms years ago with no hard feelings. Emma wasn't having it. She said it didn't matter if it was a coincidence. The situation was uncomfortable and disrespectful. To her relationship with Jake, she demanded that I break up with Sarah, or at least not bring her to any more family events until after the wedding. I told Emma that was absolutely not happening, that Sarah had done nothing wrong, and that I wasn't going to end a relationship I was happy in because of an ancient history that had nothing to do with any of us. The conversation ended badly, with Emma saying I was choosing some girl over family and me pointing out that she was asking me to choose, not the other way around. Sarah was mortified when I told her what happened and offered to just avoid family events to keep the peace, but I refused. I told her she was important to me and that she shouldn't have to hide or be excluded because of something that happened years before we even met. Things were tense for a few months, but I thought we were past it. Emma and Jake seemed to be dealing with it, and while family gatherings were a bit awkward, we were all being civil. Sarah went to my cousin's graduation party in May, my mum's birthday dinner in June, and a few other family events. She always went out of her way to be friendly and respectful to everyone, including Jake and Emma. Jake, for his part, seemed totally fine with Sarah being there. They were polite to each other, but didn't really interact much, which seemed like the healthy way to handle it then. 3 weeks ago, I got a text from Emma. She said she and Jake had been talking, and they had decided that Sarah was not invited to the wedding. She said having Jake's ex-girlfriend at their wedding would be too weird, and that it might bring up old feelings or distract from their special day. She emphasized that I was still invited and that she hoped I would understand and come. Without Sarah, I was furious. I called Emma immediately and told her this was completely unacceptable. Sarah and I have been together for 8 months now. We're serious, we live together, and she's part of my life. Moreover, Sarah and Jake dated in college over 5 years ago, broke up amicably, and have both moved on completely. There are no old feelings to worry about, if anything. Jake seems more uncomfortable with the situation than Sarah does, and she's always been nothing but respectful and appropriate. Emma insisted that it was her wedding, and she had the right to invite whoever she wanted. I agreed that it was her right, but I told her that actions have consequences, and if Sarah wasn't welcome, then neither was I. Emma accused me of being dramatic and manipulative, saying I was trying to hold the wedding hostage to get my way. I pointed out that she was the one who had made this into a big deal from the beginning. Sarah and Jake are both adults who dated briefly in college and broke up amicably years ago. They've both moved on. They're both in happy relationships now. And there's literally no reason this should be an issue except that Emma is making it one. I told her that by excluding Sarah, she was essentially telling me that my relationship doesn't matter and that Sarah isn't truly welcome in our family. The conversation escalated quickly. Emma said I was being selfish and that if I really cared about family, I would just come to the wedding alone. I told her that if she really cared about family, she wouldn't be putting me in this position in the first place. She said I was ruining her wedding, and I said she was ruining our relationship as siblings. Since then, the whole family has gotten involved. My parents are split. My mum thinks Emma has the right to invite whoever she wants to her wedding, but also thinks she's being unreasonable about Sarah. My dad thinks I should just go to the wedding alone to keep the peace and deal with the Sarah situation later. My older brother thinks the whole thing is stupid drama and that everyone should just grow up. My younger sister is firmly on Emma's side and thinks I'm being disloyal by choosing my girlfriend over my sister. Emma's friends are apparently all telling her she's right and that it would be weird to have Jake's ex at the wedding. Friends are mostly on my side, saying that college relationships from 5 years ago shouldn't matter and that Emma is being ridiculous. Sarah's friends think Emma is being jealous and controlling. Jake, interestingly, has been pretty quiet through all of this. When I asked him directly how he felt about Sarah potentially being at the wedding, he said he understood Emma's concerns, but also that he didn't really have strong feelings either way and just wanted Emma to be happy, which honestly makes me think this is more about Emma's insecurity than any actual issue between Jake and Sarah. The wedding is now 6 weeks away, and Emma and I haven't spoken since our fight 3 weeks ago. She's apparently telling people that I'm boycotting her wedding over some girl I've been dating for less than a year. I'm telling people that I'm not attending because my girlfriend was deliberately excluded despite having done nothing wrong. My mum called me yesterday begging me to reconsider. She said Emma is stressed about the wedding and not thinking clearly, and that I should be the bigger person and just attend alone. She said I can bring Sarah to other family events after the wedding, but that this one day should be about Emma and Jake. She also pointed out that if I don't go to the wedding, it will permanently damage my relationship with Emma and potentially with other family members who think I'm being unreasonable. But here's the thing. I don't think I am being unreasonable. Sarah and I are in a committed relationship. We live together, we're talking about our future together, and I love her. She's not just some girl I've been dating for less than a year. She's my partner, and the reason she's being excluded has nothing to do with anything she's done wrong and everything to do with Emma's weird hang-up about her dating Jake. Briefly in college, if Emma had a legitimate reason for not wanting Sarah at the wedding, if Sarah had done something inappropriate, if she and Jake had a messy breakup, if there were actual ongoing feelings or drama, I might understand. But none of that is the case. The only issue is that Emma finds it weird that I'm dating Jake's ex-girlfriend, despite the fact that Jake and Sarah broke up amicably years ago and both have moved on. I feel like by excluding Sarah, Emma is essentially saying that my relationship doesn't matter, that Sarah isn't really part of the family, and that some ancient college relationship takes precedence over my current, serious relationship. And by expecting me to just accept this and attend the wedding alone, she's asking me to basically agree with that assessment. At the same time, I love my sister, and I don't want to miss her wedding. I know that if I don't go, it will hurt our relationship, possibly permanently. I know my absence will be noticed and will probably overshadow part of her day. I know other family members will be upset with me. And I know Emma will always remember that her brother wasn't at her wedding. But I also know that if I give in and go to the wedding alone, I'll be sending the message that Sarah doesn't matter, that she's not really part of my life or my family, and that she can be excluded whenever it's convenient. I'll be telling Emma that she can manipulate me by threatening our relationship and that her unreasonable demands will be met if she just applies enough pressure. Sarah, for her part, has been incredibly understanding through all of this. She's told me repeatedly that she doesn't want to be the reason I miss my sister's wedding and that she'll be fine if I go alone. But I can also see that this whole situation has hurt her. She's tried so hard to fit in with my family, to be respectful and kind to everyone, and she's being rejected for something that happened years before we even met. I know she feels like she's being punished for her past, even though she did nothing wrong. So, Reddit, aita. Should I swallow my pride and go to my sister's wedding alone to keep the peace, even though I think she's being completely unreasonable? Or am I right to stand by my girlfriend and refuse to attend a wedding where she's been deliberately and unfairly excluded? I'm genuinely torn here and could use some outside perspective. Thanks for reading this novel-length post. Update. Thank you all for the responses. I'm reading through them all and trying to process the different perspectives. A few people have asked for clarification on some points. Yes, Sarah and Jake really did break up amicably. I've talked to Sarah about this extensively, and she's been completely honest about their relationship. They were together for about 2 years in college, grew apart as they focused on their careers, and broke up mutually when they graduated. There was no cheating, no drama, no hard feelings. They just weren't right for each other long term. Jake really does seem fine with Sarah being around. At family events, they're polite but don't go out of their way to interact. There's no weird tension or lingering looks or anything like that. If anything, Jake seems more uncomfortable with Emma's reaction to the situation than with Sarah herself. Several people have suggested that Emma might be insecure about her relationship with Jake or worried that seeing Sarah will make Jake realize he made a mistake. I've wondered about this too, but Emma and Jake seem happy together, and Jake appears to be completely committed to Emma. Some people have asked why I don't just propose to Sarah to prove our relationship is serious. While I do think Sarah and I have a future together, I don't want to propose just to win an argument with my sister. That wouldn't be fair to Sarah or to our relationship. Aita for refusing to split my inheritance with my stepbrother after finding out the truth about my father's death, using a throwaway because this involves some very personal family stuff and I don't want it traced back to me. I'm 32F, struggling with a situation that's tearing my family apart. And I honestly don't know if I'm being reasonable or if grief is making me act like a monster. My dad passed away unexpectedly 4 months ago from a heart attack. He was only 58, and it was completely shocking. He was in good health, exercised regularly, and had no history of heart problems. The loss has been devastating for all of us. For context, my parents divorced when I was 14. It was messy and painful, and my mum got primary custody while my dad moved across the country for work. My relationship with him became distant during my teenage years, but we reconnected when I was in college and had been working on rebuilding our bond over the past decade. He remarried my stepmother Linda when I was 19, and she has a son, Marcus, to 9M from her previous marriage, who my dad basically raised as his own from age 12. I'll be honest, I always struggled with jealousy over Marcus. While I was dealing with the divorce and living states away, Marcus got to have daily life with my dad during his formative teenage years. My dad taught him to drive, went to his baseball games, helped him with college applications, all the normal father-son stuff that I missed out on because of geography and the complicated aftermath of the divorce. Marcus always called my dad Dad, and they had this easy, close relationship that I envied. Despite my jealousy, Marcus and I got along okay. We weren't close, but we were friendly during the few times a year I visited. He's a decent guy, works as a teacher, married his college girlfriend, has 2 little kids. My dad absolutely adored those grandkids and talked about them constantly. When my dad died, I was devastated, but also shocked to learn that I was the sole beneficiary of his will. He left me everything. His house worth about $800,000, his retirement accounts about $400,000, his life insurance policy $300 million and various other assets. The total inheritance is roughly $1.8 million. Linda gets to stay in the house for up to 2 years if she wants, but then it becomes mine to do with as I please. I knew my dad had money. He was successful in finance, but I had no idea he was worth this much. More importantly, I was stunned that he left it all to me. I fully expected the inheritance to be split between Marcus and me, since my dad had been Marcus's father figure for 17 years, and clearly loved him like a son. Linda was obviously upset about not inheriting anything substantial, but she didn't make a big scene at first. Marcus, however, was clearly hurt and confused. At the funeral, he pulled me aside and asked if I knew why Dad had left everything to me. I told him honestly that I had no idea and that I was just as surprised as he was. About 2 weeks after the funeral, Linda called me crying. She said she was struggling financially and didn't know how she was going to manage without my dad's income. She suggested that it would be the right thing for me to share the inheritance with Marcus, since my dad had raised him as his own son. She said she wasn't asking for anything for herself, but that Marcus deserved something since he'd been more of a son to my dad than I had been in recent years. That last comment stung, but I understood she was grieving and probably spoke without thinking. I told her I needed time to process everything and would consider it. Marcus texted me a few days later, saying essentially the same thing, that he understood the will was legal and binding, but that he hoped I would do right by family and share the inheritance. I was actually leaning toward splitting things with Marcus. Despite my complicated feelings, I could see their point. Marcus had been there for my dad in ways I hadn't, and it did seem unfair that he got nothing. I was planning to offer him maybe $400,000, not half, but a substantial amount that would recognize his relationship with my dad. Then, about 6 weeks after the funeral, I was going through my dad's papers and found something that changed everything. Hidden in his home office, I discovered a folder containing correspondence with a private investigator from 3 years ago. Apparently, my dad had hired this PI to look into some concerns he had about Marcus. I called the PI, and after some convincing and showing proof that I was my dad's daughter and heir, he agreed to share what he'd found. The information was devastating. Marcus had been stealing from my dad for years. It started small, forging a few checks, using my dad's credit cards for personal expenses and hoping he wouldn't notice. But it escalated significantly over time. The PI found evidence that Marcus had taken out a personal loan using my dad's house as collateral without my dad's knowledge, had been siphoning money from my dad's business account that he had legitimate access to for helping with bookkeeping, and had even convinced my dad to invest in several fake business opportunities that Marcus had created, essentially elaborate schemes to get money from my dad. The total amount Marcus had stolen over approximately 5 years was close to $300,000. The PI had documented everything: bank records, forged signatures, fake invoices, the works. It was all there in black and white. But here's the most heartbreaking part. The PI's final report, dated just 2 months before my dad's death, included A recommendation that my dad confront Marcus and potentially pursue legal action. My dad had written a handwritten note on the report saying, "I can't. He's my son. What do I do?" Reading that note broke my heart. My dad had discovered that the son he'd raised and loved had been betraying him for years, and he was so devastated that he couldn't bear to confront him. The stress of this discovery, of realizing that Marcus had been manipulating and stealing from him, very well may have contributed to the heart attack that killed him. I also found a draft of a letter my dad had written to Marcus but never sent. In it, he expressed his heartbreak over the betrayal and said he was changing his will to leave everything to me because he couldn't reward theft and deception. He wrote that he still loved Marcus, but that actions have consequences, and he hoped someday Marcus would understand why he'd made this decision. Armed with this information, I called Linda and Marcus and told them I wanted to meet with them. I laid out everything I'd discovered, showed them copies of the PI's report, the bank records, the forged documents, all of it. I told them that I now understood why my dad had left me everything, and that there would be no sharing of the inheritance. Marcus initially tried to deny everything, then minimized it, then finally broke down and admitted to it all. He claimed he'd been struggling financially, that he'd intended to pay my dad back, that it had spiraled out of control and he hadn't known how to stop. He said he'd planned to confess everything after the wedding he and his wife were planning, apparently funded partially with my dad's stolen money. But then my dad died before he could come clean. Linda was shocked and horrified. She had no idea Marcus had been stealing and felt terrible for pressuring me to share the inheritance. She apologized profusely and said she understood my decision, but Marcus begged me to reconsider. He said yes, he'd made terrible mistakes, but that my dad had forgiven worse things from family before. He pointed out that my dad had still called him son right up until the end, and had never confronted him about the theft, which Marcus interpreted as forgiveness. He said his 2 young children shouldn't be punished for his mistakes, and that keeping all the money would be cruel and vindictive. He also argued that the inheritance was more than enough for both of us, and that giving him even a small portion would change his family's life while barely affecting mine. He promised to pay back everything he'd stolen if I would just give him a chance to make things right. I told him absolutely not. I said that my dad's inability to confront him about the theft wasn't forgiveness, it was heartbreak and betrayal. That likely contributed to his death. I said that actions have consequences, and the consequence of stealing from the man who raised him was losing his inheritance. I told him he was lucky I wasn't pursuing criminal charges, and that he should be grateful for that mercy. Marcus broke down completely, sobbing and begging. Linda was crying too, saying she understood my position, but asking me to have compassion for Marcus's children who had done nothing wrong. She suggested maybe I could put some money in a trust for the kids' education. Even if I didn't give Marcus anything directly, I said no to everything. I told them that my dad had made his decision for good reasons, and I was going to honor it. I said Marcus had had years to come clean and make things right, and he'd chosen to keep stealing instead. I said that if he wanted to provide for his children, he should have thought of that before betraying the man who loved him like a son since then. The family has been completely fractured. Linda has moved out of my dad's house. She couldn't bear to stay there after learning the truth about Marcus. Marcus's wife apparently didn't know about the stealing either and is considering leaving him. Several family members who initially supported Marcus's claim to part of the inheritance have changed their tune after learning about the theft. But some family members think I'm being too harsh. My aunt, my dad's sister, says that while Marcus's actions were wrong, my dad would have wanted me to show mercy and help his grandchildren. She thinks keeping all $1.8 million while my family struggles is cruel, especially since I have a good career and don't need all that money. My mum is firmly on my side and thinks Marcus is lucky I'm not pressing charges. But my stepmother's sister, who helped raise Marcus, thinks I'm being vindictive and that family should forgive family. She says Marcus made mistakes, but that he genuinely loved my dad and is genuinely remorseful. Marcus has been texting me regularly, alternating between begging for forgiveness and small amounts of money, and accusing me of being heartless and cruel. He says I'm punishing his innocent children for his mistakes, and that my dad would be ashamed of my lack of compassion. He's even threatened to contest the will, though his lawyer apparently told him he has no grounds since the will is clear and legal. I've blocked his number, but he keeps finding ways to contact me through other family members. The whole situation is exhausting and heartbreaking. Here's what I keep coming back to. Marcus didn't just steal money from my dad. He betrayed the trust of the man who raised him, loved him, and treated him like a son. He stole from him for years, looked him in the eye every day, and continued the deception. The stress of discovering this betrayal may have literally killed my father. And even now, Marcus isn't taking full responsibility. He's making excuses, minimizing his actions, and trying to manipulate me into giving him money by bringing up his children. He's not showing genuine remorse. He's showing remorse that he got caught and that there are consequences. My dad made a conscious decision to leave everything to me after discovering Marcus's betrayal. Who am I to override that decision? My dad was devastated by what Marcus had done, and he chose to disinherit him for good reason. Giving Marcus money now would be disrespecting my father's final wishes and essentially rewarding theft and deception. But I also can't shake the feeling that maybe I am being too harsh. Marcus's children really are innocent in all this, and they're going to suffer because of their father's actions. The amount of money involved is substantial. I could give Marcus $200,000 and still have more than enough for myself. Maybe showing mercy would be the better path, even if Marcus doesn't deserve it. I'm also struggling with the fact that despite everything, my dad did love Marcus. Even after discovering the theft, my dad still called him son, still talked about him with love and pride, at least publicly, still kept photos of Marcus and his family on his desk. Maybe that love should count for something, even in light of the betrayal. So, Reddit aita for refusing to share my inheritance with my stepbrother after discovering he'd been stealing from my father for years. Should I honor my dad's decision to disinherit Marcus, or should I show mercy and help his family despite his betrayal? I'm lost and could really use some outside perspective on this mess. Edit. A few people have asked for clarification on some details. Yes, I'm absolutely certain about the evidence. The pie was thorough and professional, and I've had a lawyer review everything. The documentation is solid and would definitely hold up in court if I chose to pursue criminal charges. Marcus was not a joint owner or legitimate heir to any of the accounts he stole from. He had access to help with bookkeeping for my dad's small side business, but he used that access to steal. The forged checks and credit card fraud were completely unauthorized. I haven't decided yet whether to pursue criminal charges. My lawyer says I have a strong case, but I'm hesitant to put Marcus's children through that trauma. However, if he continues to harass me or tries to contest the will, I may reconsider. Several people have suggested putting money in a trust for Marcus's children. I'm actually considering this, but I want to wait until emotions cool down and I can think clearly about the best way to help them without rewarding Marcus's behavior. Thanks for all the thoughtful responses. My roommate's emotional
This is helping me
process
after
a very
she abandoned
difficult
it
situation
for 3
weeks. Throwaway account, because my roommate uses Reddit and I don't want her to find this before I figure out how to handle this mess. I'm 2 for F in a situation. That's escalated way beyond what I ever imagined, and I genuinely don't know if I did the right thing or if I'm a horrible person. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with my roommate, Jessica, to 3F. We've been living together for about a year and a half, and while we're not best friends, we generally get along fine. Jessica moved in with me after my previous roommate graduated and moved back home, and she seemed normal during the roommate. Interview process: clean, quiet, responsible job. Good references. About 8 months ago, Jessica told me she was getting an emotional support animal to help with her anxiety and depression. I was supportive of this. Mental health is important, and I like animals. She said she was getting a small dog, maybe a Cavalier King Charles, Spaniel, or something similar, and that she had already talked to our landlord about the ESA accommodation. Everything seemed above board. Then Jessica came home with Rex. Rex is not a small Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Rex is a 75-pound German Shepherd mix who was clearly not trained and had obviously been neglected or possibly abused before Jessica got him. She got him from some sketchy Craigslist ad, not from a reputable rescue or breeder. He was underweight, had matted fur, and was terrified of everything. I was pretty shocked, but Jessica assured me that Rex was exactly what she needed and that she was going to work with him on training and socialization. She said the size difference didn't matter because he was gentle and sweet once he got to know him. She showed me the ESA letter from her online therapist, which looked suspiciously generic and unofficial, but I'm not an expert. The first few weeks were rough. Rex had clearly never been house-trained and was having accidents constantly. He was destructive when left alone, chewing furniture, scratching at doors, knocking things over. He was also incredibly anxious and would bark and howl for hours when Jessica wasn't home. Our neighbors complained multiple times, but the biggest issue was that Rex was actually aggressive. Not with Jessica. He was completely devoted to her, and calm when she was around. But he was territorial and protective in a way that made me genuinely uncomfortable. He would growl at me when I came home, block doorways when I tried to move around the apartment, and once snapped at me when I tried to move his food bowl to clean around it. I talked to Jessica about my concerns, and she insisted that Rex just needed time to adjust and that his behavior would improve with training. She promised to work with him every day and to hire a professional trainer if necessary. She also got defensive and said I was being unsupportive of her mental health needs. For a few months, Jessica did seem to be working with Rex. She took him to basic obedience classes, worked on house training, and tried to socialize him with other dogs at the park. Rex improved, somewhat fewer accidents, less destruction, a bit more comfortable with me being around. But he was still a big, strong, poorly socialized dog with some serious behavioral issues. The real problems started about 2 months ago when Jessica began dating her new boyfriend, Tyler, to 6M. Tyler lives about an hour away in the next city over, and Jessica started spending more and more time at his place. At first, it was just weekends. Then it became Friday through Sunday. Then she'd leave Thursday night and not come back until Monday morning. Every time Jessica left for Tyler's place, Rex would become a nightmare. He would bark and howl constantly, scratch at the doors, and become increasingly aggressive toward me I think he was confused and stressed about Jessica being gone, and he started seeing me as either a threat or someone to take his frustration out on. I started staying at friends' places or my boyfriend's apartment on weekends, just to avoid dealing with Rex when Jessica was gone. But this was getting expensive and inconvenient, and I was essentially being driven out of my own home by a dog that wasn't even supposed to be my responsibility. I talked to Jessica multiple times about the situation. I explained that Rex was becoming increasingly difficult to manage when she was away, and that I didn't feel safe or comfortable in my own apartment. I suggested that maybe she should bring Rex with her to Tyler's place or limit her visits to day trips until Rex was better trained, Jessica said. Tyler was allergic to dogs, which seemed convenient, and that she couldn't bring Rex with her. She also said she had a right to a social life, and that I was being dramatic about Rex's behavior. She promised to work with him more and maybe hire a professional trainer, but nothing changed. 3 weeks ago, Jessica left for what she said would be a long weekend at Tyler's place. She left Thursday night and said she'd be back Sunday evening. She left Rex with enough food and water for a few days and asked me to let him out to pee a couple of times while she was gone. Sunday evening came and went with no Jessica, I texted her asking when she was coming home, and she said Tyler had surprised her with a romantic getaway extension and that she'd be back Wednesday. I was annoyed but figured I could deal with Rex for a few more days. Wednesday came and went. Jessica texted that Tyler's family had invited her to stay for some family event and she'd be back by the weekend. At this point, I was furious. She had been gone for over a week, Rex was going crazy, and I was basically being forced to take care of a dog I never agreed to care for. Rex's behavior during this time was getting worse and worse. He was howling for hours every day, had several accidents despite me letting him out regularly, and was becoming increasingly aggressive toward me. He started growling and snapping when I tried to refill his food bowl or clean up his messes. I was genuinely afraid he was going to bite me. I called Jessica multiple times, demanding that she come home immediately or make other arrangements for Rex. She kept making excuses. Tyler had planned special things. His family loved her. She couldn't just leave. She'd be home soon. She seemed completely oblivious to how unfair the situation was to both me and Rex. The breaking point came on the second Saturday of Jessica's absence. I was trying to clean up after Rex had knocked over his water bowl and scattered his food everywhere. When I bent down to pick up the food, Rex suddenly lunged at me, snarling and snapping. He didn't make contact, but it was clearly an aggressive attack, not just a warning. I genuinely thought he was going to bite me. I locked myself in my bedroom and called Jessica immediately. I told her what had happened and said she needed to come home immediately or I was going to call animal control. Jessica said I was overreacting and that Rex was probably just playing or confused. She said she couldn't leave Tyler's family event but would be home by Tuesday at the latest. That was it for me. I had been patient and accommodating for months, but I was not going to risk my safety for a dog that wasn't even mine. Rex was clearly stressed and unhappy without Jessica, and the situation was unfair to everyone involved. I called several local animal rescues and explained the situation. Most were full or couldn't take a dog with behavioral issues. Finally, I found a German Shepherd rescue about an hour away that specialized in dogs with trauma and behavioral problems. I explained Rex's history, his issues, and the current situation. They agreed to take him immediately. I also called my friend Sarah, who volunteers with animal rescue organizations, to help me transport Rex safely. Sarah came over with a proper crate and helped me get Rex into her van. Rex was clearly stressed about leaving, but he went peacefully enough. I left Jessica a detailed note explaining what I had done and why. I told her that I had tried to reach her multiple times, that Rex had become aggressive and I no longer felt safe, and that I had found him a placement with a rescue that specialized in his breed and behavioral issues. I gave her all the contact information for the rescue and told her she could reclaim Rex immediately if she wanted to. Jessica came home that Tuesday, exactly 2 weeks after she'd originally left, and completely lost her mind. She screamed at me for over an hour, calling me every name in the book. She said I had stolen her dog, that I had no right to make that decision, and that Rex was legally her property. She said I had traumatized both her and Rex and that she would never forgive me. I tried to explain my side, that she had abandoned Rex for 2 weeks, that he had become aggressive, that I had tried to reach her multiple times, and that the rescue was reputable and she could get him back easily. Jessica wouldn't listen to any of it. She said I should have figured it out or dealt with it until she got back. Jessica immediately called the rescue, and they told her she could reclaim Rex anytime by providing proof of ownership and paying the intake fees they had incurred, vaccinations, behavioral assessment, etc. The total was about $400. Jessica was furious about having to pay anything and demanded that I cover the costs since I was the one who dumped Rex there. I refused to pay the fees. I told Jessica that she was the one who abandoned her dog for 2 weeks without proper arrangements, and if she wanted Rex back, she could pay for his care herself. Here's where it gets complicated. Jessica claims she can't afford the $400, right? Now, because she spent all her money on the extended vacation with Tyler, she's been trying to borrow money from friends and family, but apparently everyone is giving her a hard time about leaving her dog for 2 weeks. She's now saying that if I don't pay the fees, Rex will be stuck at the rescue indefinitely, and it will be my fault. The rescue has told Jessica that they'll hold Rex for 30 days, after which he'll be available for adoption if she doesn't claim him. They've also told her that honestly, Rex is doing much better in their structured environment and might benefit from being placed with someone who has more experience with large, reactive dogs. Jessica is now telling everyone that I stole her emotional support animal while she was dealing with a family emergency, the Tyler family event. Apparently, she's gotten some friends and family members on her side, and they're all saying I'm heartless and had no right to rehome her dog without permission. But other people are saying Jessica abandoned Rex and that I did what I had to do to keep both myself and the dog safe. My parents think I handled it appropriately. My boyfriend thinks I should have called animal control earlier. Sarah, who helped with the transport, says the rescue confirmed that Rex was clearly stressed and under-socialized, and that Jessica was not providing appropriate care. Jessica and I are barely speaking now. The atmosphere in the apartment is toxic. She's looking for a new place, but says she can't move until she gets Rex back. She's also threatened to sue me for conversion. Apparently that's the legal term for taking someone else's property, though I'm not sure she actually has a case, since I didn't sell or keep Rex. I placed him with a legitimate rescue that will return him to her. I'm starting to second-guess myself. Maybe I should have tried harder to reach Jessica. Maybe I should have just dealt with Rex's behavior for a few more days. Maybe I should have called animal control instead of finding a rescue placement. Maybe I should pay the $400 to get Rex back just to resolve the situation. But I also keep coming back to the fact that Jessica left for a long weekend and stayed away for 2 weeks. She ignored my calls and texts when I told her Rex was becoming aggressive. She prioritized her new relationship over her responsibility to her dog. And even now, she's more focused on blaming me than on taking responsibility for the situation she created. The rescue has also told me that Rex is actually thriving in their environment. He's working with professional trainers daily, has made friends with other dogs, and is much calmer and happier than he was in our apartment. They think he would do much better with an experienced owner who can provide the structure and training he needs. Part of me wonders if the best thing for Rex would be to stay at the rescue and eventually be adopted by someone better equipped to handle him. Jessica clearly wasn't meeting his needs. She got him impulsively, didn't do proper research, left him alone for extended periods, and wasn't addressing his behavioral issues effectively. But I also know that Rex was Jessica's dog, legally and emotionally, and I made a huge decision without her permission. Even if I think I did it for the right reasons, I can understand why she feels betrayed and angry. So, Reddit, aita. Should I have endured Rex's increasingly aggressive behavior for however long Jessica decided to stay away? Should I pay the $400 to get Rex back to resolve this situation? Did I have the right to make this decision about someone else's pet, even in these circumstances? I'm genuinely conflicted and could use some outside perspective on this mess. Update. Thank you all for the responses so far. A few clarifications based on common questions. Yes, I have documentation of Jessica's absence and my attempts to contact her. I saved all our text messages and have photos of the damage Rex did to the apartment. The ESA letter Jessica showed me was from an online service, not from a therapist she was seeing in person. I've since learned these are often not legitimate, but I didn't know that at the time. Rex never actually bit me, but the lunging, snapping incident was clearly aggressive behavior, not play. I have experience with dogs and know the difference. Several people have asked about apartment pet policies. Our lease technically has a no pets clause, but Jessica claimed the ESA accommodation overrode that. I'm not sure if her ESA letter was actually valid enough to create a legal accommodation. I did consider calling animal control, but I was worried they would just euthanize Rex since he had behavioral issues. The rescue seemed like a more humane option. I'm reading all the comments and trying to figure out the best path forward. This situation has been incredibly stressful for everyone involved, including Rex.
AITA for refusing to give my sister my concert tickets after she lost hers? I, 24F, have been looking forward to this concert for months. My favorite band only tours every few years, and tickets were incredibly expensive and hard to get. I saved up for weeks and managed to snag 2 tickets during the pre-sale madness. My sister Emma, 22F, was devastated when she missed the pre-sale and couldn't get tickets. She kept asking me to sell her my extra ticket, but I had already promised it to my best friend Jake, who helped me get through the pre-sale queue by refreshing multiple browsers. Fast forward to last week. Emma calls me crying, saying she finally got tickets from a reseller for triple the price, but she lost them. She claimed she left them on her car roof and they blew away, but honestly, this sounds like BS. Emma has a history of making up stories to get what she wants, and she's always been jealous that Jake and I are going together. She's now demanding I give her one of my tickets, saying family comes first and that Jake will understand. She even got our mom involved, who's now calling me selfish and saying I should just take Emma instead of Jake. Here's the thing. Jake took time off work for this concert. We've been planning our whole day around it, and he's been just as excited as I am. Plus, I strongly suspect Emma never actually had tickets in the first place and made up the whole story. When I told Emma no, she had a complete meltdown. She accused me of caring more about my friend than my own sister and said I was being cruel and heartless. She's now not speaking to me, and half my family is taking her side. My dad and my cousin think I'm doing the right thing, but my mom and aunt are giving me the silent treatment. Emma has been posting cryptic social media posts about fake family and learning who really has your back. I feel bad that she's upset, but I don't think I should have to give up my ticket or make Jake give up his just because of her poor planning or likely lying. These tickets meant a lot to me, and I kept my promise to Jake. Aita for refusing to give my sister my concert ticket? Edit. Some people are asking why I don't just buy another ticket. Reseller prices are now $800 plus per ticket. I paid $120 originally, and I'm a grad student living on ramen. I literally cannot afford it. Edit 2. For those asking about the lost tickets story, Emma claims she put them on her car roof while loading groceries, then drove off and realized they were gone when she got home. She said she drove back to look, but couldn't find them. This is the same person who once claimed her homework fell in a puddle in college. Aita for uninviting my best friend for my wedding after she announced her pregnancy at my engagement party. I, 28F, am getting married in 2 months to my fiancé David, 30M. We've been planning this wedding for over a year, and it's been incredibly stressful but exciting. My best friend since college, Sarah, 27F, has been my maid of honor. She's been involved in every aspect of the planning and seemed genuinely excited for us. We've been through everything together, breakups, job losses, family drama, so I trusted her completely. Last weekend, we threw our engagement party. It was perfect, about 60 people, beautiful venue, amazing food. David and I were having the time of our lives, celebrating with everyone we love. Then, right in the middle of David's speech thanking everyone for coming, Sarah suddenly stands up and taps her glass. She announces to the entire room that she's 12 weeks pregnant and wanted to share the wonderful news with all our favorite people. The room went dead silent. Then everyone started congratulating her while David and I just stood there. For the rest of the party, all anyone could talk about was Sarah's baby. People kept asking her about due dates, gender predictions, and nursery plans. Multiple people came up to me and said things like how exciting that you'll both have such big life changes, as if our wedding and her pregnancy were somehow equivalent milestones. I was devastated, but didn't want to cause a scene, so I smiled and pretended everything was fine. But I was fuming inside. This was supposed to be our day, and she completely hijacked it. The next day, I called Sarah to talk about it. I explained how hurt I was and that I felt like she stole her thunder. Her response? She said I was being bridezilla and that she thought I'd be happy for her. She claimed she wasn't trying to upstage us and that she was just caught up in the moment. But here's the thing. Sarah has always been the type of person who needs to be the center of attention. In college, she once announced her new relationship at my birthday party. She forgot to mention she was bringing a date to my housewarming party, then spent the whole night introducing him to everyone. There's always been this pattern. I told her I needed some time to think, but she kept texting me saying I was overreacting and that real friends would be supportive. She even posted on Facebook about being disappointed by people who can't share in others' joy. After talking to David and my family, I decided to uninvite her from the wedding. I sent her a text saying that while I'm happy about her pregnancy, I can't have someone at my wedding party who would overshadow such an important day, especially given the pattern of behavior. She completely lost it. She's telling everyone that I'm a horrible friend who abandoned her during her pregnancy. She's claiming she was going to surprise me by announcing that she wanted to name the baby after me, which honestly sounds like something she made up after the fact. Now I'm getting texts from mutual friends saying I'm being too harsh and that pregnant women sometimes don't think clearly. Sarah's mom even called my mom to say I'm being cruel to a pregnant woman. But I keep thinking about our wedding day. If she announced her pregnancy at our engagement party, what would she do at the actual wedding? Announce the gender? Go into labor during the ceremony? David supports my decision 100%, and my family thinks I did the right thing. But I'm losing sleep over whether I overreacted. Aita for uninviting my best friend from my wedding after she announced her pregnancy at my engagement party. Edit. People are asking if she knew it was inappropriate. Yes, she's been to other weddings and engagement parties. She knows the unwritten rules.